Hello everyone, welcome back to Buried Files. Tonight we return with another chilling collection of forgotten accounts buried deep in the shadows of America's highways. In this episode, we will dive deep into the heart of darkness with 8 terrifying tales of encounters from behind the wheel of 18-wheelers, adapted from true events reported by professional truckers who live to tell their stories. Each narrative has been carefully crafted, drawing from the eerie experiences of drivers who spend their nights navigating the endless stretches of asphalt where reality grows thin and the impossible becomes inevitable. From phantom hitchhikers who vanish without a trace to mysterious radio transmissions that predict the future, these accounts reveal the supernatural dangers that lurk along America's most desolate roadways. To protect the privacy of those involved, some names and locations have been altered, but the terror remains authentic. These are not urban legends passed down through generations, but fresh horrors experienced by modern-day road warriors who trusted us with their darkest encounters. If you are new here, make sure to subscribe to Buried Files for daily true horror content that will keep you up at night. Hit that notification bell so you never miss when the darkness calls. You learn to recognize other drivers on long hauls, familiar faces in familiar rigs. But what do you do when your own truck starts following you? My name is Derek Washington, and I have been running cross-country routes out of Detroit for 18 years. In all that time, I have seen just about everything the highway can throw at a driver. Weather, mechanical failures, crazy four-wheelers, and every kind of road hazard you can imagine. But nothing prepared me for the night my own truck started hunting me across 3 states. It started on September 9th, 2023, during what should have been a routine run from Detroit to Los Angeles. I was hauling auto parts for a GM facility, a load I had carried dozens of times before. My rig was a 2019 Kenworth W900 painted midnight blue with chrome exhaust stacks and my company logo on the doors. It was a beautiful truck, well-maintained and powerful, the kind of rig that other drivers noticed and remembered. The first day of the trip passed without incident. I made good time through Michigan, Indiana, and Illinois, stopping for my mandatory rest period at a truck stop outside St. Louis. I was ahead of schedule and feeling good about the run. The weather was perfect, traffic was light, and my truck was running like a dream. It was during my second day on the road somewhere in eastern Kansas when I first saw it. I was cruising along Interstate 70 in the early morning hours, watching the sun rise over the endless wheat fields, when I caught sight of another truck in my passenger mirror. Nothing unusual about that except for the fact that it looked exactly like mine. Same model Kenworth, same midnight blue paint job, same chrome stacks gleaming in the morning light. At first I thought it might be another driver from my company. We had a fleet of similar trucks and it was not uncommon to cross paths on the major interstates. But as the other truck got closer, I could see details that made my skin crawl. It was not just similar to my truck, it was identical. The same scratch on the front bumper from a parking mishap in Toledo. The same faded spot on the driver's door where the sun had bleached the paint. Even the same mud flap configuration that I had custom ordered. The truck pulled into the left lane and began to pass me. I slowed down to get a better look at the driver, expecting to see someone I recognized from the company. But the cab windows were tinted so dark I could not see inside at all. As it passed, I tried to read the license plate, but the numbers seemed to shift and blur whenever I focused on them. After the truck had pulled ahead and disappeared over a hill, I grabbed my CB radio and tried to make contact. Breaker 19, this is Motor City heading west on I-70. Just saw another blue Kenworth that looked familiar. Driver, you got your ears on? Nothing but static answered me. I tried again using different channels but got no response. That was strange because most professional drivers monitored the CB even when they were not actively talking. I did not see the truck again for the next several hours, and I started to convince myself that it had just been a coincidence. Maybe another company had ordered the same model and color combination. Maybe the similarities I had noticed were just tricks of light and distance. But that afternoon, while I was stopped for fuel at a truck stop in western Kansas, I saw it again. The identical Kenworth was parked at the diesel pumps on the opposite side of the station. From a distance, it looked so much like my own truck that I actually walked over to check my parking spot to make sure I had not forgotten where I left it. As I got closer to the other truck, the details became even more disturbing. It was not just painted the same color as mine, it had the same company decals in the exact same positions, the same tire brand, the same style of mirrors, even the same type of mud flaps with my company logo. It was like looking at a perfect duplicate of my own rig. The cab door was open, but I could not see anyone inside. I walked around to the driver's side, expecting to find the owner filling out paperwork or taking a break. Instead, the cab was empty, but the engine was running and the driver's seat was adjusted to exactly the same position as mine. "Hello?" I called out. "Anyone there?" No answer. I noticed that the fuel nozzle was in the tank, but no fuel was flowing. The pump display showed 0 gallons and $0, as if it had been hanging there for hours without being activated. That was when I saw something that made me back away quickly. On the driver's seat was a logbook, and through the open door I could see that it was filled out in my own handwriting. Same routes, same dates, same entries I had made in my own logbook. But that was impossible because my logbook was locked in my truck 50 yards away. I ran back to my own rig and checked my cab. Sure enough, my logbook was right where I had left it, with the same entries I had just seen in the other truck. Somehow, the duplicate truck had an exact copy of my personal records. I finished fueling as quickly as possible and got back on the road, but I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every few minutes I would check my mirrors, half expecting to see the other Kenworth behind me. When I did not see it, I felt relieved and terrified at the same time. As darkness fell, I started looking for a place to take my mandatory rest period. There was a large truck stop ahead at the junction of I-70 and Highway 83, a place I had stopped before on previous trips. It had good security, clean facilities, and plenty of parking. I pulled into the lot and found a space under one of the bright security lights where I would be able to see anyone approaching my truck. After completing my pre-trip inspection and securing my load, I climbed into my sleeper berth and tried to get some rest. But sleep would not come. Every time I started to drift off, I would hear sounds from outside. Footsteps on gravel, the hiss of air brakes, the rumble of a diesel engine that sounded exactly like mine. I would look out my window, but the parking lot appeared empty except for the usual collection of trucks belonging to other drivers. Around 2 a.m., I was startled awake by the sound of my own CB radio crackling to life. A voice came through the static, and it took me several seconds to realize that it was my own voice. "Motor City, this is Motor City. Do you copy?" I grabbed the handset with shaking fingers. "Who is this? How do you have my call sign?" "I am you," my own voice replied through the radio. "The you that made different choices, the you that took different roads. That is impossible." "Is it? How many times have you wondered what your life would be like if you had chosen differently? If you had taken that job with the other company? If you had married Jennifer instead of letting her go? If you had been there when your father had his heart attack instead of being stuck in traffic in Denver?" Each question hit me like a physical blow. Those were the exact regrets that kept me awake during long nights on the road, the what-ifs that haunted my quiet moments. "What do you want?" I asked. "I want what is rightfully mine. I want the life you stole from me when you made the wrong choices." Through my windshield, I could see the other truck now. It was parked directly across from me, about 30 yards away. The headlights were on, aimed straight at my cab, but they were not the normal white glow of LED lights. These were red, like the eyes of some predatory animal. "You cannot have my life," I said into the radio. "It is mine, good and bad, right and wrong. We will see about that." The other truck started moving, backing out of its parking space with mechanical precision. But instead of heading for the exit, it turned toward me. The red headlights grew brighter as it approached, and I could hear the rumble of its engine getting louder. I started my own truck and threw it into gear, pulling out of my parking space just as the other Kenworth reached the spot where I had been. It followed me as I drove toward the truck stop exit, matching my speed exactly and staying about 20 feet behind me. I floored the accelerator as I merged onto Interstate 70, but the other truck kept pace effortlessly. When I tried to change lanes, it changed lanes. When I slowed down, it slowed down. It was like looking in a mirror, except the reflection was independent and malevolent. For the next 6 hours, as I drove through the night across Kansas and into Colorado, the other truck stayed right behind me. Sometimes it would drop back until it was barely visible in my mirrors, then suddenly surge forward until its red headlights filled my rear window. It was playing with me like a cat with a mouse. I tried everything I could think of to lose it. I took random exits and doubled back, drove through small towns on back roads, even pulled into a 24-hour truck stop and waited for 2 hours. But every time I thought I had escaped, the red headlights would appear in my mirrors again. As dawn broke over the Colorado plains, I was exhausted and running low on fuel. I had to stop whether I wanted to or not. There was a truck stop at the Lyman exit, and I pulled in hoping that daylight would somehow break whatever spell was keeping me trapped in this nightmare. I parked at the fuel island and got out to pump diesel, keeping one eye on my mirrors at all times. The other truck was nowhere to be seen, and for a moment I thought my ordeal was over. But as I was replacing the fuel nozzle, I heard my own voice behind me. "Hello, Derek." I turned around and found myself face to face with myself. He looked exactly like me, down to the same clothes I was wearing and the same 3-day stubble on his face. But his eyes were different, filled with a cold hatred that made my blood freeze. "You have led me on quite a chase," he said in my voice. "But this ends now." "What are you?" "I told you I am you. The version of you that made the right choices, lived the right life. And now I am going to take it back." He stepped closer and I could smell something wrong about him, something that reminded me of ozone and burning electrical components. "All you have to do is switch places with me, take my truck, live my regrets. It will only hurt for a moment." "No," I said, backing away. "I do not know what kind of trick this is, but I am not falling for it. It is not a trick. It is justice. You have been living a lie, Derek, living a life that was meant for someone else. Time to give it back." He lunged forward, reaching for me with hands that flickered and wavered like a heat mirage. I dodged to the side and ran toward the truck stop building where other people would be able to see what was happening. But when I looked back, both he and his truck had vanished. The parking lot was empty except for my own rig sitting alone at the fuel pump. I drove the rest of the way to Los Angeles without seeing the other truck again, but I never felt safe. Every set of headlights in my mirrors made me nervous. Every other Kenworth on the highway made my heart race. I have been driving for 6 months since that night, and I have never seen my double again. But sometimes when I am alone on dark highways, I can feel him out there somewhere, still following, still hunting, still trying to reclaim what he thinks is rightfully his. The worst part is not knowing if he was real or if I am slowly losing my mind. But real or not, he changed something fundamental about how I see the road and myself. Now I know that every choice creates a shadow, every path not taken leaves a ghost behind, and sometimes those ghosts get tired of being ignored. Let me tell you about the night my CB radio started picking up something that was not supposed to be there. I am Diane Rodriguez, and I have been running loads between Phoenix and Albuquerque for the better part of 15 years. The desert highways between Arizona and New Mexico are my territory. Roads I know like the back of my weathered hands. But on March 3rd, 2024, those familiar routes became something else entirely. I was hauling a load of construction equipment from Phoenix to Santa Fe, a run I had made hundreds of times before. It was one of those perfect desert nights where the stars seemed close enough to touch and the horizon stretched endlessly in every direction. My rig was humming smoothly along Interstate 40, and I was making good time despite leaving later than planned due to a loading delay. Around 1:15 a.m., somewhere between Flagstaff and Winslow, I decided to check in on Channel 19, the standard trucker frequency. The radio had been unusually quiet all evening, which was strange for a major interstate route. Usually there would be at least some chatter, drivers warning about speed traps or sharing information about rest stops ahead. Breaker 19, this is Desert Rose eastbound at mile marker 233, I called out using my handle. Anyone got their ears on out there? Static answered me for several seconds before a voice came through clear as crystal despite the remote location. Desert Rose, this is Knight Rider. I copy you loud and clear. The voice belonged to a man, probably middle-aged, with a slight southern accent that was hard to place. Nothing unusual about that. Truckers come from all over and handles like Knight Rider were common enough. Good to hear another voice out here, Knight Rider. Pretty quiet tonight. It is about to get a lot less quiet, he replied. You need to slow down, Desert Rose. There is trouble ahead. I glanced at my speedometer. I was doing 65 in a 75 zone, well within safe limits for the conditions. What kind of trouble are we talking about? Multi-vehicle accident at mile marker 248, 3 cars and a livestock trailer. You have got about 12 minutes before you hit the backup. Better take the Winslow exit and find an alternate route. I checked my GPS. Mile marker 248 was indeed about 12 minutes ahead at my current speed. But there was no traffic alert showing on my system, no reports of accidents or delays. Still, fellow drivers looking out for each other was part of the code of the road. Thanks for the heads up, Knight Rider. You just come through there? Something like that, he said. Stay safe out there, Desert Rose. I took his advice and pulled off at the Winslow exit, even though it would add 30 minutes to my trip. Better safe than sorry. As I wound through the smaller state highways that would eventually reconnect me with Interstate 40, I kept thinking about that conversation. Something about Knight Rider's voice had bothered me, though I could not put my finger on what. About an hour later, I merged back onto the interstate past where the accident was supposed to have happened. The road was completely clear, no sign of any incident, no debris, no emergency vehicles. I grabbed my CB again. Knight Rider, this is Desert Rose, just past mile marker 248. Road looks clear from here. Maybe they got it cleaned up faster than expected. No response. I tried again, but only static came back. I figured he had probably moved on to a different route or was out of range. The next night, I was running the same route with a load of electronics. Same time, same stretch of highway between Flagstaff and Winslow. At exactly 1:15 a.m., my CB crackled to life. Desert Rose, this is Knight Rider. I nearly jumped out of my seat. The timing was too precise to be coincidence. Knight Rider, good to hear from you again. How did you know I was out here? I have been waiting for you, he said. You need to pull over at the next rest area. Your left rear trailer tire is about to blow. You have maybe 6 minutes before it goes. I glanced at my mirrors. Everything looked normal, but tire problems were serious business, especially on a loaded truck. The Desert Oasis rest area was coming up in about 5 miles. I had no choice but to trust him. Roger that, Knight Rider. Heading to Desert Oasis now. Good choice, he replied. Check the inside dual on your left side. You will find a nail about 3 inches from the sidewall. I reached the rest area and parked under the bright security lights. When I walked around to inspect my tires, my blood ran cold. There it was, exactly where he said it would be. A roofing nail embedded in the tire, positioned in such a way that it would have caused a catastrophic blowout within minutes. My hands shaking, I grabbed my CB. "Knight Rider, how the hell did you know about that nail?" Silence. Then after a long pause, "Some things are easier to see from where I am, Desert Rose." "Where exactly are you?" "Everywhere and nowhere. Mile marker 267 forever and always." Mile marker 267, I knew that spot, about 15 miles east of where I was sitting. It was where a trucker had died in a rollover accident several years back. I remembered reading about it in the trade magazines. The driver had been hauling electronics just like I was tonight. A tire blowout on a curve had sent him into the median. The truck had caught fire. "Knight Rider," I said quietly, "what is your real name?" "Robert Hayes," he replied after a moment. "But I have been Knight Rider for longer than I can remember." Robert Hayes. I knew that name. He was the driver who died at mile marker 267. It had been 5 years ago, maybe 6, a veteran trucker with 30 years of experience taken out by a simple tire failure. "Robert," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "you died in 2018. Your truck rolled at mile marker 267 after a tire blowout." "I know," he said simply. "I remember every second of it. The way the steering wheel jerked out of my hands, the feeling of the trailer pushing the cab sideways, the sound of metal tearing and glass breaking, and then the fire." Tears were rolling down my cheeks now. "Then why are you still here? Why are you talking to me?" "Because this is where I belong. These roads, this frequency, channel 19, I spent more time here than anywhere else when I was alive. It feels right to keep doing what I always did, looking out for other drivers." I sat in my cab for a long time after that, staring out at the empty desert. The rest area was deserted except for me, and the silence felt heavy and strange after the conversation I had just had. "Robert," I finally said, "how many drivers have you warned?" "You are the first one who listened, the first one who believed. Most people just think it is interference or someone playing pranks." Over the next few months, Knight Rider became a regular part of my runs through that stretch of highway. He would always know exactly when I was coming through, always at the same time, always with warnings that turned out to be accurate. A washout ahead during monsoon season, a drunk driver weaving through traffic. Construction delays that would not show up on traffic apps for another hour. He saved my life at least 3 times that I can count, and probably more that I never knew about. But the conversations were always brief, professional, focused on immediate safety concerns. It was not until late summer that he started talking about more personal things. "Do you ever miss it?" I asked him one night after he had warned me about a speed trap near Flagstaff. "Miss what?" "Being alive, having a body, going home to people who love you." There was a long pause before he answered. "I miss the smell of my wife's coffee in the morning. I miss the weight of my dog sleeping across my feet. I miss the feeling of being tired at the end of a long haul, that bone-deep satisfaction of a job well done." "Why do you stay? Why not move on to whatever comes next?" "Because drivers are still dying out here," he said. "Every week someone does not make it home. Tired drivers, mechanical failures, weather, drunk idiots and four-wheelers who do not understand how much damage they can do. If I can prevent even one more family from getting that phone call, then staying is worth it." I understood then. Robert Hayes had found his purpose in death, the same purpose he had served in life, keeping his fellow drivers safe on dangerous roads. The last time I spoke with Knight Rider was in December of 2024, almost a year after our first contact. I was making what would turn out to be my final run through Arizona before taking a local job closer to home. He seemed to know. "This is goodbye, is it not, Desert Rose?" "How did you know?" "I just do. I wanted to thank you. Thank me. Robert, you are the one who saved my life more times than I can count. You listened, he said simply. You believed. You treated me like I was still human, still mattered. That meant more than you know. I retired from over-the-road trucking a month later, but I still monitor Channel 19 sometimes when I am driving local routes. I have never heard from Knight Rider again, but other drivers have started reporting similar encounters on that stretch of Interstate 40. A helpful voice on the radio, warnings that save lives, a presence watching over the endless miles of asphalt that connect our country. They call him the Guardian now, and his legend is spreading to other highways, other routes. Maybe Robert Hayes has inspired other lost souls to stay and help. Maybe the roads themselves are calling to those who loved them most in life. All I know is that somewhere out there on Channel 19, voices are still looking out for each other in the darkness, and sometimes the best guardian angels are the ones who never stop driving. Every trucker has their regular stops, places that feel like home. Johnson's Truck Plaza in Missouri was mine until I met myself there. My name is Billy Ray Patterson, and I have been running freight out of Nashville for the better part of 27 years. In all that time, Johnson's was my sanctuary, a familiar beacon on the endless stretch of Interstate 70 where I could count on good food, clean showers, and friendly faces who knew my name. The truck stop sat at mile marker 187, right on the Missouri-Kansas border, surrounded by nothing but cornfields and prairie grass that stretched to the horizon. It was one of those old-school places that had been serving drivers since the 1960s, with a diner that still made everything from scratch and mechanics who could fix any rig ever built. The owner, Earl Johnson, had inherited the place from his father and ran it with the same dedication to treating truckers like family. I had been stopping at Johnson's twice a week for over a decade, every Tuesday and Friday without fail. The routine was always the same. Fuel up at Pump 7, grab a shower, then settle into my usual booth in the back corner of the diner where I could watch the parking lot while I ate. Betty, the waitress who had been there almost as long as Earl, would bring me coffee and apple pie without me even asking. It was the closest thing to home I had on the road. That all changed on October 12th, 2023. I was running late that day, delayed by a breakdown outside of Springfield that had cost me 3 hours. Instead of arriving at Johnson's around noon like usual, I rolled into the lot just after 6 p.m. The autumn sun was setting behind the cornfields, painting the sky in shades of orange and red that reminded me why I loved this job despite all its hardships. I pulled into my usual parking spot and went through my normal routine. Fuel first, then shower, then food. Everything seemed perfectly normal until I walked into the diner. Betty was behind the counter, same as always, but when she looked up and saw me, her face went white as a sheet. "Billy Ray?" she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "What are you doing here?" "Same thing I do every Friday, darling," I replied, confused by her reaction. "Got held up by some mechanical trouble, but I made it." She stared at me like she was seeing a ghost. "But Billy Ray, you are already here. You have been sitting in your usual booth for the past 2 hours." I felt the blood drain from my face. "What do you mean I am already here?" She pointed toward the back of the diner, toward my regular booth in the corner, and there, sitting with his back to me, was someone wearing the exact same red flannel shirt I had on, the same worn baseball cap, even the same scuffed work boots. From behind, he looked exactly like me. "That is not possible," I said. But even as the words left my mouth, I knew something was terribly wrong. The figure in the booth seemed to sense our conversation. He turned around slowly, and when I saw his face, my knees nearly buckled. It was me, not someone who looked like me, not a relative or a stranger with similar features. It was my face, my eyes, my weathered skin and graying beard. Even the small scar above my left eyebrow from a childhood accident was there. He smiled when he saw me, a cold expression that I had never seen in any mirror. "Well, well," he said in my voice. "Looks like you finally made it." The diner fell completely silent. The other truckers, the locals having dinner, even the cook in the kitchen seemed to freeze. Betty dropped her coffee pot and the crash of ceramic on tile echoed through the room like a gunshot. "Who are you?" I managed to ask, though I was not sure I wanted to know the answer. "I am you," he replied simply. "Or rather, I am who you could have been. Should have been." He stood up from the booth and I noticed he was not just wearing the same clothes as me. He was wearing my exact clothes. The same rip in the knee of my jeans, the same oil stain on my shirt sleeve, even the same scratch on my belt buckle from when I had dropped a wrench last month. "That is impossible," I said again. "Is it?" He walked closer and I could see details that made my skin crawl. He had the same calluses on his hands from years of handling tie-down straps. The same slight limp in his left leg from an old back injury. Even the same habit of rubbing his chin when he was thinking. Think about it, Billy Ray. How many times have you wondered what your life would be like if you had made different choices? What kind of choices? The choice to stay home instead of taking that first long-haul job. The choice to marry Sarah Mitchell instead of letting her slip away. The choice to be there when your daddy had his heart attack instead of being stuck in traffic outside of Amarillo. Each word hit me like a physical blow. Those were the regrets I carried with me on every mile of every trip, the what-ifs that kept me awake during mandatory rest breaks. "I am the version of you that made the right choices," he continued. "The one who stayed in Nashville and opened that garage you always dreamed about. The one who married Sarah and raised 3 beautiful children. The one who was holding his father's hand when he passed away instead of getting the news from a payphone at a truck stop in Texas." "That is not how life works," I said, but my voice lacked conviction. "Is it not?" He gestured around the diner. "Look at this place, Billy Ray. Really look at it." For the first time I noticed that something was off about Johnson's. The details were all wrong. The counter was on the wrong side of the room. The jukebox that had been broken for years was playing music. The pictures on the walls showed truckers I did not recognize, rigs from decades that had not happened yet. "This is not Johnson's," I whispered. "No, it is not. This is the place between choices, Billy Ray. The crossroads where all the different versions of our life meet. And tonight, you get to choose which one you want to keep." Betty appeared at my elbow with a cup of coffee, but when I looked at her, she was not Betty anymore. She was Sarah Mitchell, the woman I had loved and lost 30 years ago. She looked exactly as she had the day I left Nashville for my first cross-country run, promising I would be back in a week to take her to dinner. "Hello, Billy," she said softly. "I have been waiting for you." Tears streamed down my face as I looked at her. She was just as beautiful as I remembered, with the same gentle smile and kind eyes that had haunted my dreams for 3 decades. "Sarah, I am so sorry. I should have stayed. I should have chosen you instead of the road." "I know," she said, "but you can choose differently now. He can show you how." I turned back to my doppelganger, who was watching with that same cold smile. "What do you want from me?" "I want to trade places," he said. "You take my life, the one with Sarah and the children and the garage and the father who lived to see his grandchildren born. I will take yours, the endless highways and empty diners and motel rooms that all look the same." "Why would you want that?" His expression changed, and for a moment I saw something desperate in his eyes. "Because I have never seen a sunset over the prairie. I have never felt the freedom of the open road. I have never known what it is like to be completely alone with my thoughts for hours at a time. My life is full of love and family and responsibility, but I have never been free. I looked back at Sarah, who was still holding the coffee cup with that patient smile. Is it real? Would I really have all of that? As real as this conversation, my double said. As real as the choice you are about to make. For a long moment, I stood there considering. The life he was offering was everything I had ever wanted. A chance to undo my biggest mistakes, to live the life I should have had. But something about it felt wrong. What happens to the real Billy Ray Patterson if I take your place? I asked. He hesitated just long enough for me to know the answer. He ceases to exist, just like I will cease to exist if you refuse. And the people in your life, Sarah and the children, would they know the difference? Does it matter? You would love them just as much as I do. Maybe more? I thought about that for a while, staring into Sarah's eyes and remembering everything we could have had together. Then I looked around the impossible diner, at the other truckers who were frozen in time, at the version of myself who was offering me everything I thought I wanted. No, I said finally. No? He looked genuinely surprised. I have spent 30 years regretting the choices I made, but they are my choices, my regrets, my life. I earned every mile, every mistake, every lonely night. You are offering me someone else's happiness, and that is not the same thing. His face twisted with rage. You fool! Do you have any idea what you are giving up? I know exactly what I am giving up, but I also know what I would be giving up if I stayed. The freedom you envy so much, the independence, the knowledge that I built my life with my own hands, even if it is not the life I planned. The diner began to fade around us, the impossible details dissolving like smoke. Sarah's image flickered and wavered before disappearing entirely. My doppelganger was fading too, becoming translucent. This is your last chance, he said desperately. Choose differently, Billy Ray. Choose better. I choose to be myself, I replied, mistakes and all. He let out a scream of frustration as he vanished completely. The diner snapped back to its proper configuration, with the counter on the right side and the broken jukebox silent in the corner. Betty was back, looking exactly as she always had, pouring coffee for a table of local farmers who were discussing corn prices. She looked up when she saw me. Billy Ray, you're running late tonight. Your usual? Yeah, Betty. The usual would be fine. I sat in my regular booth and tried to process what had just happened. Part of me wondered if I had imagined the entire thing, if the stress and exhaustion had finally gotten to me. But then I noticed something on the table that had not been there before. It was a photograph, old and creased, showing a man who looked exactly like me standing in front of a garage with a sign that read Patterson Auto Repair. Next to him was a woman who might have been Sarah, and 3 children who had my eyes. On the back, someone had written, "The road not taken." I kept that photograph for a while, tucked into my sun visor as a reminder of the choice I had made. Eventually, though, I threw it away. Some roads are better left unexplored, and some choices are better left unmade. I still stop at Johnson's every Tuesday and Friday, same as always. Betty still brings me coffee and pie without being asked. And sometimes, late at night when the parking lot is empty and the prairie wind is howling through the corn, I think I can see another version of myself sitting in that booth, living a different life. But I never regret the choice I made. The road I chose may be lonely, but it is mine. Time works differently on the road, but nothing prepared me for the night. Route 666 through New Mexico decided it did not want to end. My name is Angela Foster, and I have been hauling freight out of Seattle for 12 years. In all that time, covering every major highway from the Pacific Northwest to the Gulf Coast, I thought I had experienced every strange thing the road could throw at me. I was wrong. It was November 27th, 2023, and I was running behind schedule on a priority load of computer equipment from Albuquerque to Phoenix. The customer was paying premium rates for delivery by morning, which meant driving through the night on some of the most desolate stretches of highway in the Southwest. Most drivers avoid Route 666 whenever possible. The locals call it the Devil's Highway, and it has a reputation for breakdowns, accidents, and general bad luck that keeps all but the most desperate truckers away. But I needed the money, and I had driven worse roads in worse conditions. Route 666 was just another stretch of asphalt as far as I was concerned, a direct shot through the high desert that would save me 2 hours compared to taking I-40 around. The dispatcher had warned me about construction delays on the interstate, so the choice was easy. Take the Devil's Highway or miss my delivery window. I turned off I-40 just after midnight, following the faded signs that pointed toward Route 666. The road immediately felt different from the major interstate, narrower, darker, with no streetlights or reflectors to guide the way. Just 2 lanes of cracked pavement disappearing into an endless void of desert scrub and distant mountains. The first sign that something was wrong came about 30 minutes in. I passed a mile marker that read mile 47, which seemed about right for how far I had traveled. But 10 minutes later, I passed another sign that also read mile 47, then another one after that. I grabbed my CB radio and tried to raise anyone who might be monitoring the channel. Breaker 19, this is Emerald City westbound on Route 666. Anyone got their ears on out there? Nothing but static answered me. I tried my cell phone, but there was no signal. Not unusual in this part of the desert, but it added to the growing sense of unease that was settling in my stomach like a cold stone. I kept driving, telling myself that the mile markers were probably just old and hadn't been updated properly. Desert highways were notorious for poor maintenance. But as the minutes stretched into hours, I passed more signs for mile 47. Dozens of them. All identical, all marking the exact same spot on a road that should have been taking me steadily west toward Arizona. That was when I started paying attention to the landmarks. There was a distinctive rock formation about a quarter-mile south of the road, 3 red sandstone pillars that looked like fingers reaching toward the sky. I had noticed it earlier and used it as a reference point. But now I was seeing it again and again. The same formation, in the same position every few minutes. I pulled over and got out of my cab, leaving the engine running and the headlights on. The desert air was cold and thin, carrying the smell of sage and something else I could not identify. Something that reminded me of ozone, like the air before a thunderstorm, except the sky above was clear and filled with more stars than I had ever seen in my life. I walked to the front of my truck and looked down the road ahead. The headlights illuminated about 100 yards of empty asphalt before the darkness swallowed everything. Behind me, the road looked exactly the same. No beginning, no end. Just an infinite line of pavement stretching in both directions. My GPS had stopped working hours ago, frozen on a map that showed Route 666 as a simple straight line with no mile markers or reference points. The clock on my dashboard read 3:47 a.m., but it had been reading 3:47 a.m. for the past hour. Time itself seemed to have stopped on this impossible highway. I got back in the truck and tried to think rationally about what was happening. Maybe I was having some kind of breakdown, psychological or physical. Long-haul trucking took a toll on the mind and body, and I had been pushing myself hard for weeks to make up for lost income from a mechanical failure the previous month. But the truck was running perfectly. My vital signs felt normal, and I could think clearly about everything except the fact that I seemed to be trapped on a road that went nowhere and everywhere at the same time. I decided to try an experiment. Instead of continuing west, I would turn around and head back toward Interstate 40. Even if I missed my delivery window, getting off this cursed stretch of highway was more important than any paycheck. I found a wide spot in the road and executed a careful 3-point turn, swinging my trailer around until I was facing the opposite direction. The headlights now illuminated the road I had just traveled, which looked identical to the road I had been heading toward. Same cracked asphalt, same faded centerline, same mile markers for mile 47 appearing at regular intervals. I drove for what felt like hours in the opposite direction, passing the same landmarks in reverse order. The 3 red pillars, a dead Joshua tree twisted into an impossible shape, a rusted billboard advertising a casino that had closed decades ago. All familiar sights from my westbound journey now appearing on my left instead of my right. But I never reached I-40. No matter how far I drove or how long I maintained speed, the highway stretched endlessly ahead of me with no sign of the interstate junction where I had entered this nightmare. That was when I saw the other truck. It appeared in my headlights suddenly, a massive semi hauling what looked like a livestock trailer. The rig was ancient, probably from the 1970s, with faded paint and rust eating through the chrome. It was parked, sideways across both lanes, completely blocking the road. I brought my truck to a stop about 50 yards away and grabbed my flashlight. The other driver was nowhere to be seen, but the cab door was hanging open and swaying gently in the desert wind. I approached cautiously, calling out to see if anyone needed help. The cab was empty, but it looked like it had been abandoned recently. The keys were still in the ignition, and there was a cup of coffee on the dashboard that was still warm to the touch. On the passenger seat was a logbook, its pages yellowed with age. The most recent entry was dated November 27th, 1987. Exactly 36 years ago to the day. The entry was written in shaky handwriting. Trapped on Route 666. Time has stopped. Mile markers all read 47. God help me, I think I am going to be here forever. I felt ice water flood my veins as I read those words. This driver had experienced exactly what I was going through, but decades earlier. I flipped through more pages of the logbook, finding similar entries dating back years. Different handwriting, different dates, but all describing the same impossible situation. Day 3 on the endless road. Fuel gauge has not moved. Clock still shows 2:15 a.m. Week 2 saw another truck today, but the driver was gone. Left my own truck to join the graveyard. Month unknown. Time has no meaning here. I walk the road now, searching for an exit that does not exist. I dropped the logbook and ran back to my truck, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it over the diesel engine. But as I reached for my door handle, I heard something that made my blood freeze. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps coming from somewhere in the darkness beyond my headlights. "Hello?" I called out. "Is someone there?" The footsteps stopped. Then from the darkness, a voice answered. It was rough and dry, like someone who had not spoken in years. "You are new here." "Where is here?" I asked, though I was not sure I wanted to know. "The road between roads, the highway that connects all highways. Some call it hell, but it is not hot enough for that. Just empty, forever empty." A figure emerged from the darkness at the edge of my headlight beam. It was a man in a trucker's uniform, but the clothes were decades out of date and covered in dust. His face was gaunt and weathered, with eyes that held no hope. "How long have you been here?" I asked. "Since 1982, he replied. "Or maybe 1995. Time gets confused after a while. I have walked this road for so long I forgot what the exit looked like." More figures began appearing from the darkness. Men and women in trucking clothes from different eras, all with the same haunted expressions. Some carried CB radios that crackled with static. Others held logbooks filled with desperate entries. All of them had the look of people who had given up hope long ago. "There has to be a way out," I said desperately. "There always is." The first man shook his head sadly. "We all thought that once. Kept driving, kept searching, kept believing we would find the end of the road. But there is no end. There is only mile 47 forever and always." I looked back at my truck. then at the gathering crowd of lost drivers. "I am not staying here. I refuse to accept this." "Acceptance comes eventually," another voice said. It belonged to a woman in a leather jacket who might have been driving trucks since the 1960s. "Fighting it only makes the waiting harder." But I was not ready to give up. I climbed back into my cab and slammed the door, locking it behind me. Through the windshield, I could see the lost drivers watching me with expressions of pity and understanding. I put the truck in gear and drove straight at the abandoned rig, blocking the road. At the last second, I swerved hard to the right, taking my truck off the pavement and into the desert scrub. The cab bounced and lurched as I fought to maintain control, but I kept the throttle down and pushed through the rough terrain. Behind me, I could hear the lost drivers calling out warnings and pleas, but I ignored them. If Route 666 wanted to trap me in an endless loop, I would find my own way out. I drove through the desert for what felt like hours, navigating by the stars and following my compass west toward where Arizona should be. The truck took a beating from the rough ground, but the engine kept running and the wheels kept turning. Just as my fuel gauge finally started to move toward empty, I saw lights ahead. Real lights, not the phantom illumination of the cursed highway. I pushed the throttle harder and burst through a line of scrub brush to find myself on Interstate 40, exactly where it should be. I pulled into the first truck stop I could find and called my dispatcher to report the delay. I told him I had taken a detour due to mechanical problems, which was not entirely a lie. Some problems could not be explained in a logbook entry. I made my delivery 12 hours late and lost the bonus payment, but I had never been happier to pay a penalty fee in my life. The customer was understanding and my dispatcher found me another load heading back towards Seattle. I have never driven Route 666 again, and I never will. But sometimes on long nights when the highway stretches endlessly ahead and the mile markers seem to blur together, I think about those lost drivers still walking that impossible road. I wonder if they are still there, still searching for an exit that may not exist. And I say a prayer that they eventually find their way home. In 20 years of hauling freight, I never asked what was in the trailers. That changed when something in my cargo started knocking back. My name is Jimmy Sullivan, and I have been running routes out of Boston since 2004. In all those years, through every kind of weather and road condition you can imagine, I learned to mind my own business when it came to the loads I was carrying. As long as the paperwork was in order and the weight was within legal limits, I did not care if I was hauling televisions or toilet paper. That philosophy served me well until December 14th, 2023, when I picked up what would become the most terrifying cargo of my career. The load originated from a medical supply company in Hartford, Connecticut. Nothing unusual about that. I had hauled medical equipment before, everything from hospital beds to X-ray machines. The dispatcher told me it was bound for a research facility outside of Atlanta. A straightforward run down I-95 and I-85 that would take about 12 hours with stops. When I arrived at the loading dock, I immediately noticed something strange about the operation. Instead of the usual team of warehouse workers with forklifts, there were only 2 men in white lab coats supervising the loading. They were not doing any of the physical work themselves, just watching as a specialized crew used equipment I had never seen before to load 6 large containers into my trailer. The containers were about the size of refrigerators made from some kind of brushed metal that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Each one was marked with biohazard symbols and serial numbers, but no description of contents. Heavy-duty restraining straps held them in place, more than I had ever seen used for standard cargo. "What am I hauling?" I asked the supervisor, a thin man with nervous eyes who kept checking his watch. "Biological samples," he replied curtly. "Temperature-controlled, highly sensitive. Do not open the trailer under any circumstances and maintain a constant speed whenever possible. Vibrations can damage the specimens." He handed me a sealed envelope along with the standard bill of lading. These are special instructions. Do not open them unless you encounter problems. What kind of problems? You will know if it happens, he said cryptically. Just get them to Atlanta as quickly and quietly as possible. I should have asked more questions, but the pay was exceptional. Nearly double my usual rate for what seemed like a routine medical transport. The company was legitimate, the paperwork was in order, and I had a mortgage to pay. So I signed the delivery receipt, sealed the trailer, and started the long drive south. The first few hours passed without incident. Traffic was light, the weather was clear, and my rig was running smoothly. The trailer felt heavier than usual, but the weight was distributed evenly and the load seemed stable. I made good time through Connecticut and New York, stopping only for fuel and a quick meal at a rest area in New Jersey. It was somewhere around Baltimore, about 6 hours into the trip, when I first heard the noise. At first, I thought it was just the normal sounds of a loaded trailer, the creaking and settling that happens when cargo shifts slightly during turns or lane changes. But this was different. It sounded like tapping, rhythmic and deliberate, coming from somewhere behind my cab. I pulled over at the next truck stop and walked around my rig, checking the tires and trailer connections. Everything looked normal. The seals on the trailer doors were intact. The temperature gauge was reading properly, and there were no signs of damage or mechanical problems. But when I put my ear against the side of the trailer, I could hear it clearly. Tap, 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 like someone knocking on the inside of the container walls. I climbed back into my cab and grabbed my CB radio. Breaker 19. This is Boston Strong southbound on I-95. Anyone ever haul biological samples that make noise? A voice crackled back through the static. Boston Strong, this is Roadrunner. What kind of noise we talking about? Sounds like knocking, tapping, coming from inside the trailer. Probably just thermal expansion, buddy. Temperature changes can make metal containers pop and crack. Nothing to worry about. That made sense. Medical samples would be kept at specific temperatures, and the cooling systems could cause the containers to expand and contract as they cycled. I thanked Roadrunner and got back on the highway, feeling slightly better about the situation. But the noises continued, and as the miles passed, they seemed to be getting more frequent and more complex. Instead of random tapping, I started hearing what sounded almost like patterns. 3 quick taps, followed by 2 slow ones, then 5 rapid taps in succession. It reminded me of Morse code, though I could not decipher any meaning from it. By the time I reached the Virginia border, the noises had evolved into something that made my skin crawl. Along with the tapping, I could hear what sounded like scratching, as if something was clawing at the inside of the containers. And underneath it all, a low humming sound that seemed to vibrate through the entire trailer. I pulled into a rest area near Fredericksburg and called the dispatcher who had given me the load. There is something wrong with this cargo, I told him. It is making noises like there is something alive in there. Impossible, he replied immediately. Those are sealed biological samples. Nothing in there could be alive. Then explain the knocking and scratching. There was a long pause before he answered. Just deliver the load, Sullivan. You are being paid well enough not to ask questions. Something in his tone made me more nervous than the sounds coming from my trailer. I hung up the phone and walked back to my rig, where I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The temperature gauge on the trailer was fluctuating wildly. It had been holding steady at 38 degrees Fahrenheit for the entire trip, but now it was swinging between freezing and nearly 70 degrees. Whatever cooling system was supposed to be maintaining the samples was failing. I opened the sealed envelope the supervisor had given me back in Hartford. Inside was a single sheet of paper with a phone number and a brief message. If samples exceed temperature parameters for more than 1 hour, call this number immediately. Do not attempt to open containers. Do not remain in proximity to trailer for extended periods. The phone number had a Georgia area code. I dialed it with shaking fingers. "Sample transport emergency line," a woman's voice answered on the first ring, as if she had been waiting for the call. "This is Jimmy Sullivan. I am hauling biological samples from Hartford to Atlanta, and the temperature control is failing. The cargo is also making noises. What is your current location?" "Route 95 near Fredericksburg, Virginia. Maintain your current course and speed. Do not stop except for fuel. We are dispatching a response team to meet you at the delivery location." "What exactly am I hauling?" I demanded. "These samples are acting like they are alive." "That is classified information. Just complete your delivery as instructed." She hung up before I could ask any more questions. I stared at the phone for a long moment, then walked back to my trailer and pressed my ear against the side wall again. The sounds had changed completely. Instead of random tapping and scratching, I could hear what sounded unmistakably like voices. Muffled and distorted, but definitely human voices speaking in a language I did not recognize. And they seemed to be responding to each other, having conversations between the different containers. I backed away from the trailer and got into my cab as quickly as possible. Whatever was in those containers, it was not dead biological samples. It was something alive, something intelligent, and something that had been getting stronger as the temperature controls failed. The next 4 hours were the longest of my life. I drove straight through to Atlanta without stopping, even when my fuel gauge dropped dangerously low. The sounds from the trailer grew louder and more agitated with each passing mile. By the time I reached Georgia, it sounded like a full-scale riot was happening in my cargo bay. The delivery location was not a research facility as I had been told. It was a nondescript warehouse on the outskirts of Atlanta, surrounded by high fences and security cameras. Armed guards directed me to a specific loading dock where a team of people in hazmat suits was waiting. "Get out of your truck and move to the designated safe zone," one of them ordered through a megaphone. "Do not approach the trailer." I parked where they indicated and walked to an area marked with yellow tape about 50 yards from my rig. From there, I watched as the hazmat team approached my trailer with equipment that looked more military than medical. They had some kind of scanning device that they pointed at the containers, and whatever it detected made them all step back quickly. "Temperature failure has accelerated the process," I heard one of them say into a radio. "Samples are approaching full activation. We need the suppression team here now." More vehicles arrived, including what looked like a mobile laboratory and several unmarked vans full of personnel in military-style gear. They set up a perimeter around my trailer and began unloading equipment I could not identify. The sounds coming from my cargo had reached a crescendo. Even from 50 yards away, I could hear what sounded like screaming mixed with an inhuman chittering noise that made my teeth ache. The trailer was actually rocking back and forth now, as if something inside was throwing itself against the walls. "What the hell did you people make me transport?" I shouted at the nearest hazmat suit. "That is classified," came the reply. "But you did your job well. The specimens arrived before full activation, which gives us a window to contain them." Specimens? Those things are talking to each other. No, they are not. They are replicating human speech patterns as part of their biological mimicry. Everything you think you are hearing is just sophisticated camouflage. The suppression team moved in with what looked like some kind of sonic weapon. They aimed it at my trailer and activated it, producing a sound so low and powerful that I could feel it in my bones. The screaming from the containers immediately stopped, replaced by an eerie silence that was somehow even more terrifying. It took them 6 hours to safely unload the containers and transport them to wherever they were really supposed to go. They paid me in cash, double the agreed amount, along with a non-disclosure agreement that came with some very specific legal threats about what would happen if I ever talked about what I had seen. I signed the papers and drove my empty trailer back to Boston, but I have never been the same since that trip. I still drive trucks for a living, but I ask a lot more questions about my cargo these days. And I never ever haul anything marked as biological samples. Sometimes, late at night when I am driving through remote areas, I think I can still hear those voices in the back of my trailer, whispering conversations in languages that should not exist, planning things that human minds are not meant to understand. I have tried to research what those specimens might have been, but every internet search turns up nothing. The medical supply company in Hartford closed down a week after my delivery, and the research facility in Atlanta does not exist according to any public records. All I know for certain is that there are things in this world that should not be transported by truck drivers who are just trying to make an honest living. Things that wake up when they get warm, things that learn to mimic human voices, things that should probably stay buried in whatever laboratory created them. I still have nightmares about what would have happened if those temperature controls had failed completely while I was still on the road. What if those containers had opened while I was sleeping in a truck stop or broken down in a populated area? Some cargo is not worth any amount of money, and some questions are better left unasked. Way stations are just part of the job, routine stops that blend together. But the abandoned one outside Bakersfield had an inspector who refused to clock out. My name is Rosa Martinez, and I have been hauling produce out of El Paso for 15 years. In all that time, I have rolled through hundreds of way stations across the Southwest, from California to Texas and everywhere in between. They are all basically the same. Drive onto the scale, wait for the green light, get your clearance, and roll on down the road. That is why what happened at the old Kern County way station still haunts me to this day. It was August 18th, 2023, and I was running a load of peppers and onions from Fresno to Phoenix. The produce market pays well, but timing is everything. Fresh vegetables have a narrow window, and every hour of delay means money out of my pocket. I had been pushing hard to make up time after a breakdown in Fresno had cost me half a day. The GPS was routing me through Bakersfield on Highway 58, a route I had taken dozens of times before. But as I approached the city limits just after midnight, I saw something that confused me. The electronic road signs were directing all commercial vehicles to a way station that I knew had been closed for at least 5 years. The Kern County facility had been shut down due to budget cuts, replaced by a newer station 20 miles south on I-5. I had seen the abandoned building many times on previous trips, its windows boarded up and parking area cracked with weeds growing through the asphalt. But tonight the signs were clearly indicating that it was open and all trucks were required to stop. I figured there must be some kind of special inspection going on, maybe related to the agricultural cargo I was carrying. California was always cracking down on produce transport to prevent the spread of invasive insects. So I followed the signs and took the exit toward the old way station. The access road was in worse shape than I remembered, full of potholes that jarred my cab and made my cargo shift. But as I got closer to the facility, I could see lights in the windows and what looked like an inspector's booth that was occupied. Someone was definitely working there. I pulled onto the scale and waited for instructions. Through my windshield, I could see a figure in the booth, silhouetted against the bright fluorescent lights inside. He was wearing the standard Department of Transportation uniform and appeared to be reviewing paperwork. After about a minute, a voice crackled over the intercom system. "Good evening, driver. Please shut off your engine and prepare for inspection." The voice sounded strange, distorted by static and an odd echo that made it hard to understand. But way station audio systems were notoriously poor, so I did not think much of it. I shut down the engine and gathered my logbook, bill of lading, and driver's license. "Exit your vehicle and report to the inspection office," the voice continued. "Bring all required documentation." I climbed out of my cab and walked toward the building. Up close, I could see that it was in much worse condition than it had appeared from a distance. The paint was peeling, the windows were cracked, and there were gaps in the siding where the weather had taken its toll. But the lights were on, and I could see the inspector waiting for me inside. The door to the office was heavy and creaked loudly when I opened it. Inside, the building smelled like mildew and something else I could not identify. Something chemical and unpleasant. The fluorescent lights buzzed and flickered, casting strange shadows on the walls. The inspector was sitting behind a metal desk that looked like it had been salvaged from the 1970s. He was a middle-aged man with graying hair and thick glasses, wearing a DOT uniform that seemed too big for his thin frame. His skin had a pale, waxy appearance, and he did not look up when I entered. "Documentation," he said without raising his eyes from the papers scattered across his desk. I handed him my license, logbook, and bill of lading. He examined each document carefully, making notes on a clipboard with a pen that looked like it was running out of ink. The scratching sound it made on the paper was the only noise in the room besides the buzzing lights. "Purpose of trip?" he asked in that same flat, emotionless voice. "Hauling produce from Fresno to Phoenix. Peppers and onions, agricultural cargo." He nodded and made more notes. "Duration of previous rest period?" I checked my logbook. 10 hours at a truck stop in Fresno. All within regulations. Weight of cargo? 34,000 pounds, well within legal limits. He continued asking questions for what felt like 20 minutes, covering every detail of my trip, my cargo, and my driving record. Most of the questions were standard, but some were strange. He wanted to know about my family, where I lived, whether I had any medical conditions. Things that had nothing to do with commercial vehicle inspection. Throughout the questioning, I noticed that he never once looked directly at me. His eyes remained fixed on his paperwork even when he was speaking, and his breathing seemed wrong somehow, too shallow and irregular. "I need to inspect your cargo," he finally said, standing up from his desk. "Follow me." We walked back outside to my trailer. He pulled out a flashlight and began examining the exterior, checking the seals and looking for any signs of tampering. Everything seemed normal until he opened the rear doors. The smell hit me immediately. My cargo of fresh vegetables, which had been perfect when I loaded it 6 hours earlier, now reeked of decay. The inspector shined his flashlight into the trailer, and I could see that the produce was rotting. Not just wilted or slightly spoiled, but completely decomposed, as if it had been sitting in the heat for weeks. "This cargo is contaminated," he said, matter-of-factly. "Cannot proceed to destination." "That is impossible," I protested. "This load was fresh when I picked it up. The refrigeration unit has been running perfectly." He ignored my protests and walked to the side of the trailer where the temperature gauge was mounted. The display, which should have been showing 36 degrees Fahrenheit, was reading 78 degrees. But I could hear the refrigeration unit running, and the gauge in my cab had shown normal temperatures throughout the trip. "Unit failure," he said, making more notes on his clipboard. "Cargo must be disposed of immediately. Follow me to the quarantine area." He led me to a section of the facility I had not noticed before, a fenced area behind the main building where several other trailers were parked. All of them appeared to be abandoned, their tires flat and their paint faded by years of exposure to the elements. "Unhook your trailer here," he instructed. "You can pick up a replacement at the Phoenix terminal." "I cannot just abandon my cargo," I said. "This represents thousands of dollars in losses. I need to contact my dispatcher, file insurance claims." "Contaminated cargo must be quarantined immediately," he replied in that same emotionless tone. "No exceptions. Unhook your trailer now." Something about the whole situation felt wrong, but I was dealing with a government inspector, and refusing to comply with DOT orders could cost me my commercial license. I reluctantly unhooked my trailer and left it in the quarantine area. "Report to the office to complete the paperwork," he said. walking back toward the building. I followed him inside, where he handed me a stack of forms to fill out. The paperwork was unlike anything I had seen before, full of legal language about biological hazards and federal quarantine procedures. Some of the text was so faded it was barely readable, and the forms themselves looked decades old. As I was signing the last page, I happened to glance at the inspector's desk and saw something that made my blood run cold. Among the scattered papers was an employee identification card, and I could see the photo clearly. It was definitely the same man who had been questioning me, but the card was dated 1987. The man in the photo looked exactly the same age as the inspector sitting across from me, down to the same graying hair and thick glasses. "Excuse me," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "How long have you been working here?" For the first time during our entire interaction, he looked directly at me. His eyes were completely white. No pupils or iris visible, just milky cataracts that should have left him completely blind. "Since 1987, he said simply. "Night shift, Monday through Friday. 36 years of service." "But this facility closed in 2018, I said. "It has been abandoned for years." He smiled then, and I could see that his teeth were black and rotting. "Closed to the public, yes, but the work continues. It always continues." I backed toward the door, no longer caring about the paperwork or procedures. "I need to go. I have to get to Phoenix." "You are free to leave," he said, returning his attention to his papers. "Your cargo will be properly disposed of. Have a safe trip." I ran to my cab and started the engine, not bothering to do my usual pre-trip inspection. I just wanted to get away from that place as quickly as possible. As I pulled out of the facility, I looked back in my mirrors and saw that the lights in the building were going out one by one, until the entire way station was dark and abandoned again. I drove straight to Phoenix without stopping, even though I was running on fumes by the time I reached the terminal. When I reported the incident to my dispatcher, he told me there was no record of any inspection at the Kern County facility. According to DOT records, no commercial vehicles had been processed there since 2018. The insurance company refused to pay for my lost cargo, claiming there was no evidence of any legitimate inspection or quarantine order. The trailer I had left behind was never found, despite multiple searches of the abandoned facility. I have driven past that way station many times since that night, always during daylight hours. It looks exactly as it should, abandoned, boarded up, with weeds growing through the parking lot. But sometimes, if I am driving that route late at night, I can see lights in the windows and a figure moving around inside. Other drivers have started reporting similar experiences. Trucks being directed to closed way stations, inspectors who ask strange questions, cargo that spoils for no apparent reason. The stories are always the same: normal inspection procedures that turn surreal, officials who should not exist, and losses that cannot be explained. I avoid Highway 58 after dark now, taking longer routes that add hours to my trips. Some people say I am being paranoid, that stress and fatigue are playing tricks on my mind. But I know what I saw in that inspector's eyes, and I know what happened to my cargo. Some inspectors take their job so seriously that even death cannot make them clock out. And some way stations never really close, no matter what the official records say. I have been driving these highways for 32 years, but what happened on I-80 through Nebraska changed everything I thought I knew about this job. My name is Marcus Thompson, and I have been hauling freight across this country since I was barely old enough to get my CDL. In all those years, through every storm, breakdown, and sleepless night, I thought I had seen it all. I was wrong. It was February 15th, 2023, and I was making my usual run from Denver to Chicago with a load of electronics. The weather had been brutal that winter, with blizzards hitting the Midwest harder than they had in decades. Most of the smaller trucking companies had pulled their drivers off the road, but we were behind schedule, and my dispatcher made it clear that stopping was not an option. I remember the exact moment everything changed. It was 2:47 a.m. according to my dashboard clock, and I was somewhere between Grand Island and Lincoln, Nebraska. The snow was coming down so hard that my wipers could barely keep up, and the road ahead looked like a white tunnel disappearing into nothing. My CB had been quiet for hours, which was unusual even for that time of night. Most drivers had probably found somewhere safe to wait out the storm. That is when I saw him. At first, it was just a dark shape on the side of the road, barely visible through the swirling snow. As I got closer, I could make out the figure of a man standing next to what looked like a broken-down pickup truck. He was waving his arms frantically, clearly desperate for help. Now, picking up hitchhikers is against company policy, and it is dangerous as hell, but this was different. The temperature was dropping below zero, and leaving someone stranded in a blizzard like that would have been a death sentence. I pulled over about 50 yards past where he was standing and put my hazards on. Through my mirror, I watched him trudge through the snow toward my cab. He was wearing an old denim jacket and jeans, completely inappropriate for the weather. No hat, no gloves, nothing. By the time he reached my passenger door, he should have been half frozen to death, but when I rolled down the window, he was not even shivering. "Thank you so much for stopping," he said, his voice calm and clear despite the howling wind. "My truck broke down about 10 miles back. I have been walking for hours." Something about that did not add up. 10 miles in this weather would have taken him most of the night, and he looked like he had just stepped out of a heated building. But people handle extreme cold differently, and I figured the adrenaline was probably keeping him warm. "Climb on in," I told him. "I can take you as far as Lincoln." He pulled himself up into the cab and settled into the passenger seat. That is when I got my first good look at him. He appeared to be in his 30s with dark hair and pale skin. His clothes, which should have been soaked through from the snow, were completely dry. Even his shoes showed no signs of the slush and ice that covered the highway. "I really appreciate this," he said, buckling his seatbelt. "Name is David Walsh." "Marcus Thompson," I replied, putting the truck back in gear. "Where you headed?" "Home," he said simply. "Been away too long." We pulled back onto the highway, and I tried to make conversation. In my experience, people who have just been rescued from a life-threatening situation are usually pretty chatty, full of adrenaline and relief. But David was different. He answered my questions with single words or short phrases, always staring straight ahead through the windshield. About 20 minutes into the ride, something started bothering me. The cab of a semi gets warm pretty quickly with 2 people in it, especially with the heater running full blast. I had already unzipped my jacket and rolled up my sleeves. But David had not moved. He still sat there in that denim jacket, not showing any signs of being too warm or too cold. Just perfectly comfortable, like he was sitting in an air-conditioned room. "You want me to turn the heat down?" I asked. "I am fine," he said. "Just fine." That is when I noticed something else. Every time I exhaled, I could see my breath in the cold air near the windows where the heat had not reached yet. But David was not breathing at all. No visible breath, no rise and fall of his chest, nothing. I told myself I was being paranoid. The poor guy was probably in shock from being stranded in the cold for so long. People react differently to trauma. But as the miles passed, more details started to bother me. He never blinked. Not once in the entire time he had been in my cab. His hands, which should have been red and chapped from the cold, were completely unmarked. And there was something about the way he smelled, or rather the way he did not smell. After walking through a blizzard for hours, he should have smelled like wet clothes and sweat. Instead, there was nothing. Just the usual diesel and coffee smell of my cab. We were about 10 miles outside Lincoln when David spoke again. "This is where it happened," he said quietly. "Where what happened?" "The accident. Right here on this stretch of road." I looked around, but all I could see was snow-covered farmland on both sides of the highway. What accident? February 15th, 1987, I was driving home from work when the storm hit, lost control right here. He pointed to a spot ahead of us that looked identical to every other part of the road we had been traveling on. Truck went into the ditch and flipped. Took them 3 days to find me. The date hit me like a punch to the gut. February 15th. Today was February 15th, exactly 36 years later. David, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. What year do you think it is? He turned to look at me for the first time since getting in the truck. His eyes were completely black, not just the pupils, but the entire eye. There was no life in them, no warmth, just an endless void that seemed to pull at something deep inside me. It is 1987, he said. I am going home to my wife. She is making pot roast tonight, my favorite. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely keep the truck on the road. Every instinct was screaming at me to pull over and get this thing out of my cab, but another part of me, the part that had been driving these roads for 3 decades, told me to keep going. Whatever David was, he did not seem hostile, just lost. David, I said as gently as I could, I need to tell you something. It is not 1987. It is 2023. 36 years have passed. He was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was filled with a sadness so deep it made my chest ache. She waited for me, you know. Every night for 15 years, she would set a place for me at the dinner table. The pot roast would get cold, but she would wait. She never stopped believing I would come home. What happened to her, I asked, though I was not sure I wanted to know. Cancer took her in 2002. I felt it when she passed, felt the last thread connecting me to the world break. I have been walking this road ever since, trying to find my way back to that night, trying to get home before the storm hits. The Lincoln exit was coming up ahead. I had promised to take him that far, but now I did not know what to do. How do you drop off a ghost at a truck stop? This is my exit, David said, as if reading my thoughts. Thank you for the ride, Marcus. It has been a long time since someone showed me kindness. I pulled off at the exit and brought the truck to a stop at the red light. When I turned to say goodbye, the passenger seat was empty. No sign that anyone had been there at all. The seatbelt was still buckled, but there was no indentation in the seat, no warmth left behind. I sat there for several minutes trying to process what had just happened. Part of me wondered if I had hallucinated the entire thing, if the long hours and bad weather had finally gotten to me. But then I noticed something on the dashboard that had not been there before. It was an old Polaroid photograph. Faded and worn around the edges, it showed a young man with dark hair standing next to a pickup truck. The same face I had been looking at for the past hour, but younger, more alive. On the back, someone had written in faded ink, David Walsh, February 1987. Safe travels, honey. Love, Linda? I kept that photograph on my dashboard for the rest of my career. Every time I passed through that stretch of I-80, I would slow down and scan the roadside, wondering if I would see him again. I never did, but I heard stories from other drivers over the years. A hitchhiker in Nebraska who disappears from moving trucks. A man in a denim jacket who never gets cold. Someone looking for a way home to a dinner that will never be served. I retired last year after 33 years on the road. The photograph is framed on my wall now next to my first CDL and a picture of my own family. Sometimes when the snow starts falling and the wind picks up, I think about David Walsh and wonder if he ever found his way home. I hope he did. I hope wherever Linda is, they are together again, and the pot roast is still warm. But on nights like tonight, when the weather turns bad and the highways get dangerous, I find myself saying a little prayer for all the lost souls still wandering our roads, still trying to find their way back to the people they love. The road is a lonely place, and sometimes the dead are just as lost as the living. Some say every trucker gets one last ride, a final delivery that takes them off the road forever. Mine came with GPS coordinates to a place that does not exist on any map. My name is Frank Kowalski, and I have been running freight out of Chicago for 43 years. In all that time, from the CB radio days to GPS navigation, I thought I had seen every mile of highway in America. I was wrong about a lot of things. It was January 21st, 2024, and I was 3 weeks away from retirement. After 4 decades of hauling everything from steel to groceries across this great country, I was finally ready to hang up my keys and spend time with my grandchildren. My dispatcher knew about my plans, which is why he was surprised when the special delivery request came in specifically asking for me by name. "Frank," he said over the phone, "and I got a strange one here. Customers requesting you personally for a priority run, paying triple rate cash on delivery." "What kind of load?" I asked, though the money had already caught my attention. Triple rate would make for a nice addition to my retirement fund. That is the weird part. They would not say what the cargo is, just that it needs to go to these specific coordinates. He rattled off a string of numbers that meant nothing to me. "GPS shows it is somewhere in Montana, but I cannot find any roads or facilities at that location." Montana was not my usual territory, but I had hauled loads through Big Sky country before. Remote mining operations in oil fields sometimes required deliveries to places that barely existed on maps. When do they need it picked up? Today, customer will have the trailer ready at a warehouse on the south side. Address is 1247 Industrial Way. I drove my rig to the pickup location, expecting to find a standard loading dock or warehouse facility. Instead, 1247 Industrial Way turned out to be a small, unremarkable building with no company signs or markings. The only indication that it was a business was a single loading bay door and a man in a dark suit waiting beside it. The man appeared to be in his 60s with silver hair and the kind of pale complexion that suggested he spent most of his time indoors. He was checking his watch when I backed my truck up to the dock. "Mr. Kowalski," he said as I climbed out of my cab. "Right on time. We have been waiting for you." "What am I hauling?" I asked, looking at the sealed trailer that was already connected to the dock. It was painted flat black with no markings or identification numbers. "A passenger," he replied simply. "Someone who needs to reach their final destination." "I do not haul passengers. Company policy, insurance liability, the whole thing. You need a bus or an airline for that. This passenger will not be any trouble. They will remain in the cargo area for the entire trip. You will not even know they are there." Something about the whole setup felt wrong, but the money was too good to pass up. 3 times my normal rate for what sounded like a simple delivery run. How do I know this is not some kind of smuggling operation? I am not risking my license 3 weeks before retirement. The man reached into his jacket and pulled out an envelope. "Your payment in advance, and documentation showing that this is a legitimate medical transport." He handed me papers that looked official enough, with medical facility letterheads and transport authorizations. Medical transport? The passenger is terminally ill. This is their final journey home. They requested specifically that an experienced driver handle the transport. Your reputation precedes you, Mr. Kowalski. That changed everything. I had transported sick people before, usually family members of truckers who needed to get to hospitals or specialist facilities. It was not exactly legal, but it was one of those gray areas that most dispatchers and DOT officers looked the other way on if the circumstances were right. "Where exactly am I taking them?" I asked, looking at the GPS coordinates again. "Northwestern Montana, near the Canadian border. The passenger will guide you to the exact location when you get close." I signed the paperwork and accepted the trailer, which was sealed and locked. The man assured me that the passenger had everything they needed for the journey and would not require any stops or assistance. I was to drive straight through following the GPS coordinates until I reached the destination. The first day of the trip was uneventful. I made good time through Illinois, Iowa, and South Dakota, stopping only for fuel and meals. The trailer rode smoothly and I heard no sounds from the cargo area. Whatever medical equipment was back there, it was well secured and quiet. It was not until I reached North Dakota that I started noticing strange things about my cargo. Every time I stopped for fuel, the trailer felt different when I did my walk-around inspection. Not heavier or lighter, just different in a way I could not explain. The temperature gauge showed normal readings, but the metal felt cold to the touch even in the afternoon sun. Around midnight, somewhere on a remote stretch of Highway 2 near the Montana border, my CB radio crackled to life. "Driver," a voice said. It was weak and tired, like someone speaking through great pain. "Driver, can you hear me?" I grabbed the handset. "This is Frank. Who is this? How are you transmitting on Channel 19? I am your passenger. Thank you for accepting this job. I know it is unusual. Are you okay back there? Do you need medical attention?" "I am beyond medical attention now, but I need to reach my destination. It is very important that I get home." There was something about the voice that made me deeply sad. It reminded me of my own father's voice during his final weeks, when the cancer had taken everything from him except his determination to say goodbye to the people he loved. "Where exactly is home?" I asked. "You will know when we get there. Just follow the coordinates. And Frank?" "Yeah? Thank you for doing this. Most drivers would not have taken this job." The radio went silent after that, and I did not hear from my passenger again for several hours. But I could feel their presence in a strange way, like the weight of someone's hopes and dreams pressing down on the entire rig. As I drove through the empty Montana landscape, the GPS began acting strangely. The coordinates it was directing me toward seemed to be moving, shifting slightly every few minutes as if the destination was not quite fixed in place. The roads shown on the display did not match what I was seeing through my windshield, and several times I found myself driving on highways that should not have existed according to the map. Around 4 a.m., the voice came back on the radio. "Frank, we are getting close now. Thank you for bringing me this far. How are you feeling back there?" "Peaceful. More peaceful than I have felt in a very long time. The pain is almost gone now." I was starting to understand that this was not a normal medical transport. Whatever was happening in my trailer, it was something beyond my experience as a truck driver. But I had made a commitment, and I intended to see it through. The GPS directed me off the main highway onto a series of increasingly remote roads. First paved 2-lane highways, then gravel county roads, then dirt tracks that barely deserved to be called roads at all. My truck was not designed for this kind of terrain, but somehow it handled the rough ground without difficulty. Finally, just as the eastern sky was beginning to show the first hints of dawn, the GPS announced that I had reached my destination. I was in the middle of what looked like pristine wilderness, surrounded by tall pine trees and snow-capped mountains. There was no building, no facility, no indication that anyone had ever been in this place before. I parked the truck and got out to look around. The air was thin and cold, filled with the scent of pine and something else I could not identify. Something clean and eternal, like the smell of snow that has never been touched by human hands. "Frank," the voice came over the radio one final time. "This is perfect. This is exactly where I needed to be. I do not understand. There is nothing here. How are you getting home from the middle of nowhere?" "I am already home. I have been traveling toward this place for longer than you can imagine. Thank you for helping me complete the journey." I walked back to the trailer and tried the handle on the rear doors. They opened easily despite having been locked and sealed throughout the trip. Inside, the cargo area was empty except for a single hospital bed. The sheets were perfectly made, as if they had never been used, and there was no sign that anyone had ever been inside. On the pillow was a note written in shaky handwriting. "Frank, thank you for the final ride. The money in your cab is yours to keep. Tell my story to other drivers so they will understand that some journeys are longer than others. A grateful passenger." I looked in my cab and found an envelope with 10 times the amount I had been promised, along with a photograph of an elderly man in a hospital gown, smiling despite obvious illness. On the back of the photo was written, "William Henderson, 1943 to 2024. Home at last." I never found out who William Henderson was or how he had arranged for his final journey. The warehouse where I had picked up the trailer was empty when I went back to Chicago, with no forwarding address or contact information. The man in the dark suit had vanished as completely as my passenger. But I have thought about that trip every day since my retirement. I realize now that I was not just delivering cargo or transporting a passenger. I was helping someone complete a journey that had taken an entire lifetime, guiding a soul to the place where it belonged. They say every trucker gets one last ride, and mine taught me that some destinations cannot be found on any map. Some roads lead to places that exist beyond the physical world, and sometimes the most important cargo we carry is not freight at all, but faith, hope, and the final wishes of people who have run out of time. I never drove professionally again after that run, but I keep my CDL current, just in case someone else needs help finding their way home.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Buried Files. Tonight we bring you 6 deeply disturbing, true Alaskan small-town horror stories that will make you question what really happens in America's most isolated and unforgiving frontier communities. These are not fictional tales, but real accounts from the remote villages and settlements scattered across Alaska's vast wilderness, where help is hours away and darkness reigns for months at a time. Each story has been meticulously documented through police reports, witness interviews, and local testimonies from communities that still refuse to speak openly about what they experienced. Alaska's small towns harbor mysteries that most people will never hear about, and perhaps that is for the best. If you appreciate genuine horror content rooted in verified events that will keep you awake at night, subscribe to Buried Files and hit the notification bell so you never miss our latest deep dives into real darkness. After you hear these chilling accounts, we want to hear from you in the comments below about your own experiences with the unexplained. Now, settle in as we explore the terror that lurks in Alaska's forgotten towns, where isolation breeds secrets and the cold is not the only thing you need to fear. In late September of 2019, Catherine Morrison arrived in the small Alaskan town of Coldwater, a remote community of barely 300 residents located 90 miles from the nearest highway and over 200 miles from Anchorage. She had accepted a teaching position at the town's only school, a single building that housed grades kindergarten through 12. Catherine thought this would be her fresh start, a place where she could escape the chaos of her divorce and the suffocating memories of her failed marriage in Seattle. She believed that a small town would offer her peace, simplicity, and a chance to rebuild her life in a place where nobody knew her past. She had no idea that within 3 months, she would witness something that would make her question everything she thought she knew about human nature and the secrets that isolated communities can hide. The town of Coldwater sat in a valley surrounded by dense spruce forests and jagged mountains that seemed to block out the sun even during the brief daylight hours of autumn. The population consisted mostly of families who had lived there for generations, supplemented by a handful of workers at the nearby fishing processing plant that operated seasonally. There was one general store, one church, a volunteer fire department, and a small clinic staffed by a rotating nurse practitioner who flew in twice a week. The town had no police department, The nearest Alaska state trooper was stationed over an hour away by float plane, weather permitting. Catherine arrived on a chartered bush plane that landed on a gravel airstrip just outside town. The pilot, a weathered man in his 60s named Tom, helped her unload her bags and gave her a long look before he spoke. He told her that Coldwater was a good town full of good people, but it was not a place for outsiders who asked too many questions. Catherine laughed nervously and told him she was just there to teach, nothing more. Tom nodded slowly and said that was probably for the best. Then he climbed back into his plane and left her standing there with her suitcases, watching as the aircraft disappeared into the gray sky. The school principal, a woman named Margaret Chen, who had lived in Coldwater for 15 years, picked Catherine up in an old pickup truck and drove her to a small cabin on the edge of town. Margaret explained that the cabin came with a teaching position and had been empty since the previous teacher left abruptly the year before. Catherine asked why the teacher had left, but Margaret's expression hardened and she said only that some people were not cut out for the isolation. The cabin was modest but clean, with a wood stove for heat, a generator for electricity, and a well for water. Margaret showed Catherine how everything worked, handed her a list of emergency contacts, and reminded her that school started in 2 days. Before she left, Margaret paused at the door and told Catherine that if she noticed anything unusual in town, it was best to mind her own business and focus on her students. Catherine found the comment strange, but attributed it to small-town eccentricity. The first few weeks passed without incident. Catherine threw herself into her work, teaching a combined class of 15 students ranging from 6th to 8th grade. The children were quiet and well-behaved, almost unnaturally so. They rarely spoke unless spoken to and seemed uncomfortable making eye contact with her. When Catherine asked them questions about their families or their lives outside school, they gave short, careful answers that revealed almost nothing. She noticed that several of the students had bruises on their arms and legs. But when she brought this up with Margaret, the principal told her curtly that life in rural Alaska was hard and children got bumps and scrapes from outdoor work. Catherine wanted to press the issue but remembered Margaret's warning about minding her own business. It was in mid-October when Catherine first noticed the meetings. Every Thursday evening, she observed trucks and snowmobiles arriving at the old community center, a weathered building near the center of town. Dozens of adults filed inside, and the meetings lasted for hours. No children ever attended. Catherine asked one of her students, a 12-year-old girl named Emma, what the Thursday meetings were about. Emma's face went pale, and she said quietly that it was just boring town council stuff that kids did not need to worry about. But the fear in Emma's eyes suggested something very different. Curiosity got the better of Catherine one Thursday night in early November. The temperature had dropped below zero and darkness came early, with only 4 hours of week daylight. She bundled up in her parka and walked through the snow-covered streets toward the community center. Light glowed from the windows, and she could hear voices inside, though she could not make out the words. Catherine approached quietly and peered through a gap in the curtains covering one of the windows. What she saw made her blood run cold. The entire adult population of Coldwater seemed to be packed into the room, standing in concentric circles around something in the center. Catherine could not see what they were looking at, but their faces were eerily calm, almost blank. At the front of the room stood a man she recognized as Robert Hayes, who owned the general store. Robert was speaking in a low, rhythmic voice, and the crowd was responding in unison with words Catherine could not understand. It sounded like a chant or a prayer, but in no language she had ever heard. Then the crowd parted slightly, and Catherine saw what was in the center of the circle. It was a teenage boy, perhaps 16 or 17, sitting in a chair with his head bowed. Catherine recognized him as David, one of her student's older brothers. His wrists were bound to the arms of the chair with thick rope. As Catherine watched in horror, Robert approached David with something in his hand that gleamed in the lamplight. It looked like a knife. Catherine's instinct was to scream, to bang on the window, to do something to stop whatever was about to happen. But a hand suddenly clamped over her mouth from behind, and another hand gripped her arm with brutal strength. A voice whispered in her ear, low and urgent. It was Margaret. The principal hissed that Catherine needed to be silent and come with her right now if she wanted to live through the night. Terror overrode Catherine's impulse to fight, and she allowed Margaret to pull her away from the window and drag her quickly through the dark streets back toward her cabin. Once inside, Margaret locked the door and closed all the curtains before turning to face Catherine. Her expression was a mixture of anger and genuine fear. Margaret told Catherine that she had just made the biggest mistake of her life by going to that window. She explained that Coldwater was not like other towns, that it had traditions that went back generations, long before Alaska was even a state. These traditions were what held the community together through the brutal winters and the isolation that drove other settlements to extinction. Margaret would not explain exactly what the traditions were, but she made it clear that outsiders who discovered them did not leave Coldwater alive. Catherine's mind was reeling. She demanded to know what they were doing to David, whether they were going to hurt him. Margaret's face softened slightly, and she said that David had volunteered, that it was considered an honor in the community. She told Catherine that the boy would be fine, that the ritual was not what it looked like. But Catherine did not believe her. She had seen the fear in David's eyes, the ropes binding him to the chair, the knife in Robert's hand. Margaret sat down heavily in one of the cabin's wooden chairs and rubbed her face with both hands. She told Catherine that she had a choice to make. She could pretend she had never seen anything, continue teaching, and never speak of this again. If she did that, she would be safe. The community would consider her ignorant and harmless. But if she tried to leave town, or if she tried to contact the authorities, she would disappear just like the teacher before her had disappeared. Margaret's voice was flat and matter-of-fact when she said this, and that made it all the more terrifying. Catherine asked what had happened to the previous teacher. Margaret stood up and walked to the door, her hand on the knob. She turned back and said that the woman had been found in the woods 3 miles outside town in the middle of winter, frozen to death. The official report said she had gotten lost during a walk and succumbed to hypothermia. But Margaret knew the truth. The teacher had seen a Thursday meeting and had tried to hike out of town to reach the highway. They had followed her on snowmobiles, taken her clothes, and left her to die in the darkness and the cold. It was meant to look like an accident, and to everyone outside Coldwater, it did. Margaret left without another word, and Catherine stood alone in her cabin, shaking uncontrollably. She wanted to run, to grab her satellite phone and call for help, to do anything except stay in this nightmare town for another second. But she knew Margaret was telling the truth. She was 90 miles from the nearest road through some of the most unforgiving wilderness in North America. Winter was closing in. The temperatures would soon be deadly. Even if she could make it out of town without being caught, she would freeze to death before she reached help. For the next 2 weeks, Catherine lived in a state of constant terror. She continued teaching as if nothing had happened, but she could barely look at her students without wondering what they knew about their town's dark secrets. David returned to school 3 days after the meeting with a bandage on his left forearm. He seemed pale and withdrawn, but otherwise unharmed. Catherine wanted to ask him what had happened, but she could feel eyes on her constantly. Margaret watched her. Robert watched her. Even the children seemed to be reporting her every move. Then, in late November, Catherine witnessed something that finally made her understand the full horror of Coldwater's traditions. She was walking past the community center late one afternoon when she heard screaming from inside. It was a woman's voice, raw and anguished. Without thinking, Catherine ran to the building and pushed open the door. Inside, she found a scene that would haunt her for the rest of her life. A woman named Lisa, whose daughter was in Catherine's class, was kneeling on the floor, surrounded by a dozen other townspeople. In her arms was a bundle wrapped in blankets, and from the bundle came the weak, mewling cry of an infant. But something was wrong with the baby. Catherine could see its small hand reaching out from the blankets, and the fingers were twisted and malformed. Lisa was sobbing, begging them not to take her child. But the people surrounding her were unmoved. Robert Hayes stood over Lisa with the same blank expression Catherine had seen during the Thursday meeting. He told Lisa that the community had rules, that defective children could not be allowed to drain resources that the whole town needed to survive. He said it was for the greater good. Catherine finally understood. Coldwater did not just have strange traditions. It practiced a brutal form of collective survival that involved sacrificing anyone who was deemed weak or defective. The Thursday meetings were where these decisions were made, where the community decided who would be allowed to stay and who would be taken into the woods and left to die. David had been tested and found acceptable. Lisa's baby had not. Catherine turned and ran from the community center. She ran back to her cabin, locked herself inside, and vomited until there was nothing left in her stomach. She knew she could not stay. She knew they would eventually decide she was a threat. But she also knew she could not escape through the wilderness in the dead of winter. She was trapped. It took Catherine 3 more weeks to formulate a plan. She befriended Tom, the bush pilot, during one of his supply runs to Coldwater. She told him she had a family emergency and needed to leave as soon as possible. She paid him double his usual fee in cash and made him promise not to tell anyone in town. Tom agreed, though his eyes showed he knew something was wrong. On the morning of December 18th, Catherine walked to the airstrip with only a small backpack. She told Margaret she was going for a walk to clear her head. The temperature was 15 below zero and a light snow was falling. Tom was waiting with his plane already running. Catherine climbed in, and they took off before anyone in Coldwater realized she was leaving. As the plane climbed into the gray sky, Catherine looked down at the town below. She could see people emerging from buildings, pointing up at the aircraft. She could see snowmobiles starting up, though there was nothing they could do now. She was free. But Catherine never told anyone what she had seen in Coldwater. She never went to the authorities or the media, because Tom had told her something during the flight that made her realize the truth was even worse than she had thought. He told her there were dozens of towns like Coldwater scattered across the Alaskan wilderness, each with their own brutal traditions of survival. He told her that the state knew about them, but did nothing because these communities were so remote and self-sufficient that they were essentially invisible. He told her that if she spoke out, she would not just be fighting one small town. She would be fighting a network of isolated settlements that protected each other and eliminated threats without hesitation. Catherine lives in Portland now, working at a public school and trying to forget. But she still wakes up in the middle of the night, thinking about Lisa's baby, and David tied to the chair, and the previous teacher frozen in the woods. And she knows that right now, in Coldwater, another Thursday meeting is happening. Another decision is being made. Another person is being judged. And there is nothing anyone can do to stop it. Jason Caldwell arrived in the small Alaskan town of Birch Creek on June 14, 2021, with a plan to spend 3 weeks photographing the summer wilderness for a travel magazine based in Denver. He was 28 years old, an experienced outdoorsman who had hiked through national parks across the western United States. And he had been dreaming of an Alaska trip for years. Birch Creek, with a population of just under 400 people, was supposed to be his base camp for exploring the surrounding mountains and rivers. The town sat 40 miles from the nearest paved road, accessible only by bush plane or a treacherous dirt track that was impassable for half the year. Jason thought the remoteness would make for better photographs, more authentic content that had not been captured 1,000 times before. He had no way of knowing that he would never leave Birch Creek alive, and that his disappearance would become one of the most disturbing unsolved mysteries in modern Alaskan history. Jason checked into the Birch Creek Lodge, the only accommodation in town, run by a husband and wife team named Frank and Susan Morrison. The lodge was a rustic 2-story building with 8 rooms, a small restaurant on the first floor, and a bar that served as the social center for locals and the occasional tourist. Frank was a large man in his 50s, with a thick beard and a gruff manner, while Susan was quieter, more watchful. They welcomed Jason cordially enough and gave him a room on the second floor overlooking the main street, which consisted of a general store, a post office, a fuel depot, and a handful of houses. For the first week, everything went exactly as Jason had planned. He spent his days hiking into the wilderness with his camera equipment, photographing the endless forests of black spruce and white birch, the crystal clear streams teeming with salmon, and the mountains that rose up in every direction like ancient sentinels. He returned to the lodge each evening tired but exhilarated, uploading his photos to his laptop and writing notes for his article. He ate dinner in the lodge restaurant and occasionally had a drink at the bar, where he made small talk with the locals who gathered there. They were friendly in a reserved way, answering his questions about hiking trails and wildlife, but never volunteering much information about themselves or the town. On June 20th, Jason mentioned to Frank that he wanted to hike to a place called Raven's Gorge, a narrow canyon about 8 miles north of town that was supposed to have spectacular waterfalls. Frank's expression changed instantly. He told Jason that Raven's Gorge was not a good place to go, that the terrain was dangerous and people had gotten hurt there in the past. Jason pressed for details, but Frank became evasive, saying only that it was easy to lose your way in that area and that cell phones did not work out there. Jason thanked him for the warning, but made it clear he intended to go anyway. He was an experienced hiker. He had a satellite GPS device, and he was not afraid of challenging terrain. Frank stared at him for a long moment and then walked away without another word. The next morning, June 21st, Jason left the lodge at 6 in the morning. He told Susan he would be back by nightfall and asked her to save him a plate of whatever the dinner special was. Susan nodded and watched from the window as Jason walked down the street and disappeared into the forest at the north end of town. That was the last confirmed sighting of Jason Caldwell alive. When Jason failed to return by 10 that night, Susan mentioned it to Frank, but he said the young man had probably underestimated the hike and decided to camp overnight. He would likely show up in the morning tired and embarrassed. But when Jason did not appear by noon the next day, Susan insisted they contact the Alaska State Troopers. The nearest trooper, a man named Sergeant Michael Torres, flew into Birch Creek that afternoon and immediately organized a search party. Sergeant Torres interviewed Susan and Frank, who repeated what they had told him about Jason's destination. Torres then asked for volunteers from the town to help search the area around Raven's Gorge. A dozen men stepped forward, including Frank and a lean, silent man named Christian Novak, who worked as a hunting guide. Torres noted that the volunteers seemed competent and familiar with the wilderness, which was fortunate given the vast area they needed to cover. The search party set out at dawn on June 23rd, spreading out in a grid pattern as they moved north toward Raven's Gorge. The terrain was brutal. with thick underbrush, steep hillsides, and countless streams that had to be crossed. Torres kept the searchers in radio contact as best he could, but the mountains interfered with the signal. By late afternoon, one of the groups radioed that they had found something. It was Christian Novak's team, and they were at the southern entrance to Raven's Gorge. When Torres reached the location, Christian showed him what they had discovered. It was Jason's backpack, sitting upright on a flat rock beside the trail. The backpack was completely intact, not torn or damaged in any way. Inside, Torres found Jason's wallet, his satellite GPS device, his camera with a memory card still in it, 3 energy bars, and a full water bottle. Everything a hiker would need for a day trip. The only thing missing was Jason himself. Torres examined the GPS device and checked the last recorded location. It showed that Jason had reached this exact spot at approximately 9:30 in the morning on June 21st. Then, the device had been turned off. Torres found this deeply strange. Why would an experienced hiker turn off his GPS in unfamiliar wilderness? And why would he leave his backpack with all his supplies sitting neatly on a rock? Christian suggested that maybe Jason had set down his pack to take photographs without the extra weight and had wandered off the trail. Torres agreed this was possible and ordered the search to focus on the area immediately surrounding the backpack location. For the next 3 days, the search party combed through Raven's Gorge and the surrounding forest. They found no trace of Jason, no footprints, no torn clothing, no signs of a struggle or an animal attack. It was as if he had simply vanished into thin air. On June 27th, Torres expanded the search radius and brought in additional troopers and a search and rescue dog team from Anchorage. The dogs were given Jason's scent from clothing in his lodge room and led to the location where the backpack had been found. But from that point, the dogs could not pick up a trail. They circled the area, whining and agitated, but they could not indicate a direction that Jason had gone. The dog handlers told Torres this was extremely unusual. Even if Jason had climbed onto rocks or crossed water, the dogs should have been able to find some scent trail. It was as if Jason's scent simply ended at the rock where his backpack had been placed. Torres began to suspect that Jason's disappearance was not a simple case of getting lost. He returned to Birch Creek and conducted more detailed interviews with the townspeople. He asked about Raven's Gorge and why Frank had warned Jason not to go there. Most people gave vague answers about difficult terrain, but an elderly woman named Helen, who lived alone on the edge of town, told Torres something that made his blood run cold. Helen said that Raven's Gorge had a bad reputation going back decades. She said that at least 4 other people that she knew of had disappeared in that area over the years, all of them outsiders passing through Birch Creek. The first had been in 1987, a geologist working for an oil company, then a backpacker in 1995, a wildlife biologist in 2004, and a hunting guide from Fairbanks in 2013. None of them had ever been found. Helen told Torres that the old-timers in Birch Creek believed there was something wrong with Raven's Gorge, something that did not want people there. When Torres asked what she meant by something, Helen just shook her head and said she had already said too much. Torres confronted Frank Morrison with this information. He demanded to know why Frank had not mentioned the previous disappearances when Jason went missing. Frank's face hardened. He said that those old stories were just superstition and coincidence. People got lost in the Alaskan wilderness all the time. It did not mean there was anything sinister about Raven's Gorge specifically. But Torres noticed that Frank would not meet his eyes when he said this. On June 30th, one of the search teams found something else. It was Christian Novak who made the discovery, deep in Raven's Gorge, about 2 miles from where Jason's backpack had been found. It was a small clearing in the forest, roughly circular, about 30 feet in diameter. The ground in the clearing was completely bare. No grass, no moss, no vegetation of any kind. Just dark, packed earth. In the center of the clearing was a pile of stones, arranged in a cairn about 3 feet high. And on top of the cairn was Jason's camera. Torres examined the camera carefully. It was undamaged, and the battery still had a charge. He turned it on and reviewed the photographs on the memory card. The last photos Jason had taken showed the forest trail approaching Raven's Gorge, scenic shots of trees and mountains. But then there were 3 photographs that made no sense. They were taken in sequence, time-stamped at 9:45 in the morning on June 21st, 15 minutes after the GPS device had been turned off. The first photograph showed the clearing with a stone cairn. The second photograph showed a group of people standing in a circle around the cairn. Torres counted 12 figures, all wearing dark clothing with their faces obscured by hoods. The third photograph was badly out of focus, as if the camera had been moving or shaking when the shot was taken. It showed a blurred image of hands reaching toward the camera and what might have been a face, pale and distorted. Torres felt his hands trembling as he held the camera. He asked Christian how the camera had gotten on top of the cairn when Jason's backpack had been found 2 miles away. Christian had no answer. Torres then asked if Christian recognized any of the people in the photograph, but Christian said the image was too unclear to identify anyone. Torres did not believe him. The way Christian's jaw tightened when he looked at the photo told Torres that the man knew exactly who those people were. Torres returned to Birch Creek and confronted the entire town at a meeting in the community center. He showed the photographs to everyone and demanded an explanation. He said he believed that someone in Birch Creek knew what had happened to Jason Caldwell and that he intended to investigate this as a possible homicide. The room was silent. People looked at each other, but no one spoke. Finally, Frank Morrison stood up and said that Torres was wasting his time. He said the photograph proved nothing except that Jason had found some old ceremonial site, probably native Alaskan, and taken pictures before he wandered off and got lost. Frank said that if Torres wanted to waste state resources searching for a careless tourist, that was his business. But the people of Birch Creek had lives to live and could not spend any more time on this. Torres knew he was beaten. Without cooperation from the locals, without physical evidence of a crime, and with hundreds of square miles of wilderness to search, there was no way to prove what had happened to Jason. The official search was called off on July 5th, 2021. Jason Caldwell was declared a missing person, and the case remains open, but inactive. But Sergeant Torres did not give up entirely. He spent months investigating Birch Creek from a distance, pulling records and talking to people who had visited the town over the years. He discovered that Helen had been telling the truth about the previous disappearances. 4 people had indeed vanished near Raven's Gorge going back to 1987, all of them outsiders, all of them last seen in Birch Creek. And in each case, the searches had found strange evidence that made no sense. The geologist's boots had been found neatly placed on a tree stump. The backpacker's tent had been found fully set up with all her gear inside, but no sign of the woman herself. The wildlife biologist's notebook had been found with pages torn out. The hunting guide's rifle had been found leaning against a rock, unloaded, with the ammunition scattered in a perfect circle around it. Torres also discovered something else. He found records of land ownership in the Raven's Gorge area and learned that the clearing where Jason's camera had been found was on private property that had been in the same family for over 100 years. The family name was Novak. Christian Novak's family. Torres attempted to get a warrant to search the Novak property, but the district attorney refused. There was no probable cause, no evidence of a crime, just a series of coincidences and a photograph that could be interpreted a dozen different ways. Torres was told to let it go. But Torres could not let it go. He became obsessed with the case, convinced that the people of Birch Creek were protecting a terrible secret. He believed that whatever happened in Raven's Gorge was not random, that it was deliberate, and that Jason Caldwell had stumbled onto something he was never meant to see. Torres believed the photograph showed a ritual, and that the hooded figures had taken Jason for reasons he could only guess at. In December of 2022, Sergeant Michael Torres took early retirement from the Alaska State Troopers. He told colleagues he was burned out and needed a change. But those who knew him well said he was a different man after the Jason Caldwell case, haunted and withdrawn. Torres moved to Arizona and cut off contact with almost everyone he knew in Alaska. To this day, Jason Caldwell's family offers a $50,000 reward for information leading to his whereabouts. They have hired private investigators and psychics and searched on their own. But Birch Creek remains silent. The people there refuse interviews and run off anyone who asks too many questions about Raven's Gorge. And every year, on the anniversary of Jason's disappearance, someone places fresh flowers on the stone cairn in the clearing. Sergeant Torres knows this because he hired a private investigator to set up a trail camera watching the site. The camera shows a hooded figure approaching in the early morning darkness, placing the flowers and leaving without ever showing their face. Jason's mother keeps his camera in a locked drawer in her home in Denver. She has looked at those last 3 photographs 1,000 times, searching for some clue, some detail that might explain what happened to her son. But all she sees are shadows and blurred faces and the image of hands reaching toward the camera in the instant before everything went dark. And in Birch Creek, Christian Novak still guides hunters through the wilderness. And Frank Morrison still runs the lodge. And the people still gather in private and speak in whispers about the things that must be done to keep their town alive in the unforgiving Alaskan wild. And Raven's Gorge waits, silent and patient, for the next outsider who ignores the warnings and ventures too deep into places where they do not belong. Brooke Sullivan moved to the small Alaskan town of Millers Point in March of 2020, just as the pandemic was beginning to shut down the rest of the world. She had lost her job as a restaurant manager in Juneau and could no longer afford her apartment there. A friend of a friend told her about a cheap rental in Millers Point, a tiny fishing community of 200 people on the coast, where the cost of living was low and jobs at the cannery were usually available. Brooke was 32 years old, recently divorced, and desperate for a fresh start somewhere she could afford to live while she figured out her next move. The rental was a small one-bedroom house at the end of a gravel road, isolated from the main cluster of buildings that made up the town center. The landlord, a man who lived in Anchorage and owned several properties in remote communities, rented it to her for $600 a month, which was all she could manage. Brooke thought the isolation would be peaceful, a chance to heal from her failed marriage and reset her life. She had no idea that the house's isolation would become a prison, and that her neighbor would turn her peaceful retreat into a nightmare that would change her understanding of how evil can hide behind a friendly face. The house was small but adequate, with a wood stove for heat, a propane generator for electricity, and well water that tasted faintly of iron. The furniture was old but functional. The windows were drafty and the floors creaked, but Brooke had lived in worse places. What mattered most was that it was hers, at least for as long as she could pay the rent. The nearest neighbor was about 200 yards away through a thin strip of spruce trees. Brooke could see the neighbor's house from her kitchen window, a larger and better maintained building with a satellite dish on the roof and a newish pickup truck parked outside. On her second day in Millers Point, the neighbor came to introduce himself. His name was Adam Pierce, and he appeared to be in his mid-40s, tall and lean with graying hair and a quiet, careful way of speaking. He welcomed Brooke to the area and told her that if she needed anything, she should not hesitate to ask. He explained that living in remote Alaska required neighbors to look out for each other because help from town could be a long time coming in an emergency. Brooke thanked him and appreciated the gesture. Adam seemed kind and respectful, keeping a polite distance and not overstaying his welcome. Before he left, he mentioned that he worked from home as a software consultant and was around most of the time if she ever needed assistance with anything. For the first few weeks, Adam was the model neighbor. He helped Brooke figure out how to properly maintain her wood stove when she was having trouble keeping the house warm. He showed her where the best spot was to get cell phone reception, a small hill about a quarter-mile away where you could sometimes get a single bar of service. He even brought her fresh-caught halibut one evening, saying he had caught more than he could eat and thought she might enjoy some. Brooke was grateful for his kindness and felt fortunate to have such a helpful neighbor in such an isolated place. But then small things started to happen that made Brooke uncomfortable. She began noticing that items in her house were not quite where she had left them. A coffee mug moved from one counter to another. A book on her nightstand that she was certain she had left closed was now open to a different page. A chair in her living room turned at a slightly different angle. Each incident was minor enough that Brooke convinced herself she was misremembering or being paranoid. The isolation and silence of the house were getting to her, making her imagine things. Then one morning in early April, Brooke woke up and found muddy boot prints on her kitchen floor leading from the back door to the hallway outside her bedroom. Her back door was locked from the inside, and she had heard nothing during the night. The boot prints were too large to be hers. Someone had been in her house while she was sleeping. Brooke's hands shook as she examined the prints. They led to her bedroom door and then back to the kitchen, as if someone had stood outside her room watching her sleep before leaving the way they had come. Brooke immediately walked to Adam's house and knocked on the door. When he answered, she told him about the boot prints and asked if he had seen anyone around her property. Adam's face showed concern, and he said he had not noticed anything unusual, but he would keep an eye out. He suggested that maybe it had been an animal, perhaps a bear, though he admitted bear prints did not really look like boot prints. His explanation made no sense, and Brooke left feeling more unsettled than reassured. She noticed as she walked away that Adam was wearing boots, and she wondered about the size. That night, Brooke wedged a chair against her back door and slept with a kitchen knife under her pillow. She barely slept at all, jerking awake at every small sound. In the morning, the chair was still in place, but when she looked out her kitchen window toward Adam's house, she saw him standing on his porch, looking directly at her window. When he saw her looking back, he raised his hand in a casual wave and went back inside. The gesture felt wrong, almost mocking. Over the next week, the incidents escalated. Brooke began hearing footsteps on her porch at night, soft and deliberate, circling the house. When she looked out the windows, she saw no one. She found scratches on her bedroom window as if someone had been testing whether it would open. Her mail, which was delivered to a box at the end of her driveway, started arriving already opened. And twice she came home from trips to the general store to find her front door unlocked, even though she was certain she had locked it before leaving. Brooke tried to report the incidents to the town's volunteer constable, an older man named Gary, who worked part-time and had no real law enforcement training. Gary listened to her story and said he would look into it, but he clearly did not take her seriously. He suggested she was probably not used to living alone in such a remote area, and that isolation could play tricks on the mind. He told her to install better locks and maybe get a dog for security. Brooke left his office feeling dismissed and alone. She decided to confront Adam directly. One afternoon, she walked to his house and knocked on the door. When he answered, she told him plainly that she believed someone was harassing her and that she suspected it might be him. Adam's expression did not change. He looked at her with calm, unreadable eyes and asked why she would think such a thing. Brooke explained about the boot prints, the disturbed items, the footsteps, the scratches. Adam listened quietly and then told her he was sorry she was having such a difficult time adjusting to life in Miller's Point. But he had nothing to do with any of it. He said that perhaps she should consider moving somewhere less isolated if she was feeling this paranoid and unsafe. The way he said paranoid made it clear he thought she was mentally unstable. That night, Brooke decided to set a trap. She took a photo of her living room with her phone, making sure to capture the exact position of every object. The coffee table, the books, the couch cushions, everything. Then she left the house and walked to the general store, deliberately staying away for 2 hours. When she returned, she immediately took another photo. Someone had been inside. The coffee table had been moved 3 inches to the left. One of the couch cushions had been flipped over. And sitting on her kitchen counter was a piece of paper with a single word written on it in neat handwriting. Watching. Brooke felt her chest tighten with fear and rage. She grabbed the note and marched to Adam's house, pounding on the door. When he opened it, she shoved the paper in his face and demanded to know why he was doing this to her. Adam took the note, examined it, and then looked at her with what appeared to be genuine confusion. He said he did not know what she was talking about and asked if she had considered that maybe someone else in town had access to her house. He suggested that maybe her landlord had given a key to a previous tenant who had not returned it. The suggestion was plausible enough that Brooke hesitated, and in that moment of hesitation, Adam smiled. It was a small smile, barely noticeable, but it told Brooke everything she needed to know. He was enjoying this. Brooke contacted her landlord that same day, using the spotty cell phone reception from the hill. She told him about the harassment and demanded to know who else had keys to the house. The landlord insisted that only he and Brooke had keys, but he offered to change the locks if it would make her feel better. He also mentioned, almost as an afterthought, that the previous tenant had left very suddenly in the middle of the night and had never collected her security deposit. When Brooke asked why the woman had left, the landlord said he did not know, that she had just called him and told him she was never coming back to Miller's Point and to keep the deposit. This information sent a chill through Brooke. She asked the landlord what the previous tenant's name was, and he told her it was a woman named Rachel Dunn. Brooke asked if he had contact information for Rachel, but the landlord said the number he had for her was disconnected. Brooke thanked him and ended the call, her mind racing. She needed to find Rachel Dunn and learn what had happened to her. It took Brooke 3 days of searching online and making calls to finally track down Rachel Dunn. She found her living in Seattle, working at a bookstore. When Brooke called and explained who she was and where she was living, there was a long silence on the other end of the line. Then Rachel asked in a shaking voice if Brooke's neighbor was a man named Adam Pierce. When Brooke confirmed this, Rachel began to cry. Rachel told Brooke everything. She said Adam had done the same things to her, the harassment, the stalking, the gaslighting. It had started small and escalated over months until Rachel was afraid to sleep in her own house. She had tried to report it to the local constable, but Adam was well liked in Miller's Point and had lived there for years, so no one believed her. Rachel said that Adam had somehow gotten a key to the rental house and would come inside whenever she was gone or sleeping. He would move things, leave notes, watch her through the windows. It became unbearable. The final straw came when Rachel woke up one night to find Adam standing in her bedroom doorway, just watching her in the darkness. She had screamed. and he had left without saying a word. Rachel packed a bag and left Miller's Point that same night, hiking to the main road and hitching a ride to Juneau. She never went back. Rachel told Brooke that she later learned Adam had done this to at least 2 other women who had lived in that house before her. The landlord kept renting it to single women because the rent was cheap and they were usually desperate for housing, and Adam kept terrorizing them until they left. Rachel believed Adam got sexual gratification from the fear and power that he was a predator who had found the perfect hunting ground in an isolated town where no one would stop him. Brooke felt sick. She asked Rachel why she had not gone to the police in Juneau or reported Adam to state authorities. Rachel said she had tried, but without proof, and given the remote location, the police had told her it would be difficult to investigate and prosecute. They suggested she just stay away from Miller's Point, which she had done. Rachel warned Brooke to leave immediately, to not waste time trying to fight or expose Adam. She said he was dangerous and the town would protect him, not her. Brooke made her decision that night. She packed her essential belongings and left everything else. She hiked to the main road in the darkness and waited until dawn when a supply truck came through heading to Juneau. The driver gave her a ride, asking no questions about why a woman was standing alone on a remote highway at sunrise. Brooke never went back to Miller's Point. She lost her security deposit and the belongings she left behind, but she considered it a small price to pay for her safety. She found work in Juneau and tried to rebuild her life for the second time in a year. But Brooke still thinks about Adam Pierce every day. She thinks about the way he smiled when she confronted him, the way he stood on his porch watching her window, the way he had stood in Rachel's bedroom doorway in the darkness. She thinks about how many women he has terrorized over the years and how many more he will terrorize in the future. She thinks about the house at the end of the gravel road and wonders who is living there now and whether Adam is already watching them, already planning his next game of psychological torture. And she knows that Adam is still there in Miller's Point, waiting for the next desperate woman who needs cheap housing in a remote town where neighbors are supposed to look out for each other, where a kind man offers help and fresh-caught halibut and slowly reveals himself to be something much darker, where screams do not carry far enough for anyone to hear, and where isolation is not peace, but a trap. The winter of 2018 to 2019 was one of the coldest and darkest in recent memory for the small Alaskan town of McCarthy, population 250. The sun disappeared for nearly 2 months. The temperatures dropped to 40 below zero, and the snow piled so high that some houses were buried up to their windows. It was the kind of winter that tested the resolve of even the hardiest residents, the kind that made people wonder why anyone would choose to live in such an unforgiving place. But what made that winter truly unforgettable was not the cold or the darkness. It was the fact that 3 people vanished without a trace over the course of 12 weeks, disappearing one by one in a pattern so disturbing that it still haunts those who remain. The first to disappear was Sean Mitchell, a 41-year-old mechanic who had lived in McCarthy for 15 years. Sean was well-liked and reliable, the kind of man who would drop everything to help a neighbor fix a broken snowmobile or repair a generator. He lived alone in a small cabin on the south edge of town and kept to himself outside of work, but everyone knew him and trusted him. On the evening of December 7th, 2018, Sean left the town's only bar around 9 in the evening, telling the bartender he was heading home to get some sleep. The walk from the bar to his cabin was less than half a mile, a route Sean had walked hundreds of times. He never arrived home. When Sean did not show up for work the next morning, his boss went to check on him. The cabin was locked and dark, with no sign of Sean. His snowmobile was still parked outside, covered in fresh snow, meaning it had not been used recently. Inside the cabin, everything appeared normal. Sean's bed was made, his dishes were washed, and his winter coat was hanging by the door. The only strange detail was that Sean's boots were missing. He had apparently left the bar wearing them, but they were not in the cabin, and no footprints led away from the building through the snow. It was as if Sean had simply vanished between the bar and his home. A search was organized immediately, with volunteers combing the route between the bar and the cabin, checking every building and shed along the way. They found nothing. No footprints, no signs of a struggle, no blood, no torn clothing. Sean Mitchell had disappeared as completely as if he had never existed. The Alaska State Troopers investigated and theorized that Sean might have become disoriented in the darkness and cold, perhaps due to alcohol, and wandered off the path into the surrounding forest where he froze to death. But this theory did not explain the lack of tracks or why an experienced Alaskan would become so disoriented on a familiar route in his own town. 6 weeks later, on January 20th, 2019, the second disappearance occurred. Caroline Hayes was a 34-year-old nurse who flew into McCarthy once a week to provide medical services to the community. She stayed in a small apartment above the general store during her visits. On the evening of January 20th, Caroline finished her clinic hours and told the store owner she was going upstairs to rest before her flight out the next morning. The store owner locked up at 8 in the evening and went home, leaving Caroline alone in the apartment. The next morning, when the bush pilot arrived to pick up Caroline, she was gone. The apartment was undisturbed. Caroline's suitcase was packed and sitting by the door, ready for her departure. Her coat and boots were missing, suggesting she had dressed to go outside. But the door to the apartment had been locked from the inside, and the only way out was down an exterior staircase that led to the street. Fresh snow had fallen during the night, and there were no footprints on the stairs or in the street below. Caroline Hayes had vanished from a locked apartment without leaving a trace. This second disappearance sent a wave of fear through McCarthy. People began to speculate that something was hunting them, that the darkness and cold had brought something evil to their town. The state troopers returned and conducted a more intensive investigation, interviewing every resident and searching every building. They found no evidence of foul play, no signs of Caroline, nothing that explained how a woman could disappear from a locked room without using the only exit. The official theory was that Caroline had somehow left the apartment before the snow fell, perhaps to meet someone or take a walk, and had gotten lost or fallen into a hidden crevasse. But the locked door and the lack of footprints made this explanation feel hollow. The third disappearance happened on March 3rd, 2019, just as the sun was beginning to return for more than a few hours each day. Zoe Brennan was a 26-year-old woman who worked at the town's fuel depot, one of the few year-round jobs available in McCarthy. Zoe was quiet and kept to herself, living in a trailer at the north end of town. On the afternoon of March 3rd, Zoe finished her shift at the fuel depot at 4 in the evening. A co-worker saw her walking toward her trailer in the fading daylight. That was the last confirmed sighting of Zoe Brennan. When Zoe did not show up for work the next morning, her supervisor went to check on her. The trailer was unlocked and empty. Inside, investigators found a scene that was both mundane and deeply unsettling. Zoe's work clothes were folded neatly on her bed. Her dinner, a half-eaten bowl of soup, was on the kitchen table, still lukewarm. The television was on, playing static because the broadcast had ended, and on the bathroom mirror, someone had written a single word in what appeared to be condensation or steam. 3. The word 3 sent a chill through everyone who saw it. It seemed to suggest that the disappearances were not random, that they were deliberate, and that whoever or whatever was responsible was counting. But counting what? Victims? Warnings? No one knew, and the ambiguity made it even more terrifying. the Alaska State Troopers brought in additional resources, including criminal profilers and search and rescue teams. They interviewed every single person in McCarthy, looking for connections between Sean, Caroline, and Zoe. What they found was disturbing in its implications. All three had disappeared on dates that fell exactly 6 weeks apart. All three had vanished without any physical evidence of their departure. And all three had been alone at the time of their disappearance, with no witnesses to what had happened. More disturbing still was a detail that emerged during the investigation. A local woman named Linda, who had lived in McCarthy for 30 years, came forward with information she had been afraid to share. She told the troopers that similar disappearances had occurred in the winter of 1989 to 1990, 30 years earlier. 3 people had vanished that winter, one every 6 weeks, all without a trace. Linda had been young at the time and remembered the fear that had gripped the town. The disappearances had stopped after the 3rd victim, and life had eventually returned to normal. People tried to forget, but Linda had never forgotten. And when the pattern repeated itself in 2019, she knew it was not a coincidence. The troopers searched through old records and confirmed Linda's story. In the winter of 1989 to 1990, 3 McCarthy residents had indeed disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The cases had never been solved. The files were still open but had long since gone cold. The similarities to the 2019 disappearances were undeniable. The 6-week intervals, the lack of physical evidence, the sense that something was deliberately taking people. But why every 30 years? And why always 3 people? And why did it stop after the 3rd victim? These questions haunted the investigation, and no answers were found. The troopers explored every possible explanation: serial killer, cult activity, human trafficking, even animal attacks. Though no animal could explain the locked doors and missing footprints, nothing fit. The evidence, or rather, the lack of evidence, defied logical explanation. As winter turned to spring in 2019, the people of McCarthy waited in terror for a 4th disappearance. But it never came. 6 weeks passed, then 12, then 20. No one else vanished. It was as if whatever had taken Sean, Caroline, and Zoe was satisfied and had moved on. Or perhaps it was simply waiting, counting down the years until 2049, when it would return and claim 3 more victims. To this day, none of the 3 have been found. No bodies, no clothing, no evidence of what happened to them. The official files list them as missing persons, likely deceased due to exposure or misadventure. But those who lived through that winter in McCarthy know the truth is darker and stranger than any official report can capture. And there is one more detail that has never been made public, something that only a handful of people know. In the weeks following Zoe's disappearance, 2 other residents of McCarthy found messages in their homes. One found the word 3 written in frost on the inside of their bedroom window. Another found it scratched into the wooden door of their shed. Both people left McCarthy within days and have never returned. The town still exists, smaller now than it was in 2019. Some families left after that winter, unable to live with the fear and the unanswered questions. Those who remain do not talk about what happened, especially not to outsiders. They go about their lives, work their jobs, endure the long winters. But every December, when the darkness returns and the temperature plummets, they count the weeks and hold their breath and pray that the pattern will not repeat. Not this year. Not yet. And they wonder who will be chosen when it does. Kyle Pearson had worked the night shift at the Harbor Point Fuel Depot for 3 years. And in that time, he had seen just about everything the remote Alaskan fishing community had to offer. He had pumped gas for drunk fishermen at 2 in the morning, helped stranded travelers who had run out of fuel on the isolated coastal road, and dealt with his share of belligerent customers who did not appreciate that the depot was the only source of fuel for 60 miles in any direction. Kyle was 29 years old, saving money to buy his own fishing boat, and the night shift paid a premium that made the loneliness and boredom worth it. Harbor Point had a population of 320, most of whom worked at the fishing processing plant or on the boats that came and went with the seasons. The fuel depot sat on the edge of town, where the main road ended and the wilderness began. A small building with 2 pumps and a convenience section that sold basic supplies. Kyle worked alone from 10 in the evening until 6 in the morning, 5 nights a week. It was monotonous work, but Kyle did not mind. He liked the quiet and the solitude. At least, he did until the night of October 15th, 2022, when a customer arrived who would change everything. It was just past midnight when the headlights appeared on the road. Kyle was sitting behind the counter reading a paperback Western novel and drinking bad coffee from the machine that he had never managed to fix properly. He looked up as a white van pulled up to the pumps. The van was older, maybe 15 years, with no markings or windows in the back. Kyle could not see the license plate clearly through the rain that had been falling steadily all evening. A man got out of the driver's side and walked toward the building. He was in his 40s, average height and build, wearing a dark rain jacket and jeans. Nothing about him stood out as unusual. The man entered the depot and nodded to Kyle without speaking. He walked to the beverage cooler and grabbed 2 energy drinks, then picked up a bag of beef jerky from the rack. He brought the items to the counter and asked Kyle to turn on pump 2. His voice was flat and emotionless, the kind of tone that suggested he did not want conversation. Kyle rang up the items and told the man the total. The man paid in cash, exact change, and walked back outside to pump his gas. Kyle watched through the window as the man filled the van's tank. Something about the situation felt off, though Kyle could not pinpoint exactly what. Maybe it was the late hour, or the man's unfriendly demeanor, or the way the van sat low on its suspension as if it was carrying something heavy. Kyle had developed good instincts during his years working nights in remote locations, and those instincts were telling him to pay attention. When the man finished pumping, he hung up the nozzle and walked toward the driver's door. But before he got in, he paused and looked back toward the depot. For a moment, his eyes met Kyle's through the window, and Kyle saw something in that gaze that made his stomach tighten. It was not anger or fear. It was calculation, as if the man was weighing options and making a decision. Then the man opened the van door and climbed inside. Kyle expected the van to drive away, but instead, the man sat there with the engine running. 1 minute passed, then 2. Kyle could see the man's silhouette through the windshield, unmoving. The van's brake lights glowed red in the rain. Kyle felt his pulse quicken. Something was wrong. He reached for his phone, thinking he should call someone, though he was not sure who or why. That was when he heard it. A thumping sound from inside the van. 3 distinct thuds against metal, rhythmic and deliberate. Then silence. Then 3 more thuds. Kyle stared at the van, his hand frozen on his phone. The man in the driver's seat did not move or react to the sounds. He just sat there, waiting. Kyle made a decision. He stepped out from behind the counter and walked to the door of the depot. He opened it and called out to the van, asking if everything was all right. The man rolled down his window and looked at Kyle with that same calculating expression. He said everything was fine, that he was just checking his map before heading out. His tone was calm and reasonable, but it did not match the tension in his jaw or the way his hands gripped the steering wheel. Kyle asked about the thumping sound, saying it sounded like something was loose in the back of the van. The man's expression hardened. He said Kyle must have heard the fuel pump shutting off, or maybe an animal on the roof of the depot. He thanked Kyle for his concern and said he would be on his way. But he still did not drive away. He just sat there, staring at Kyle, waiting to see what Kyle would do next. Kyle felt trapped between his instincts and his lack of concrete evidence. He could not call the police because someone was sitting in a van at a gas station. He could not demand to see inside the van because he had no authority to do so. But he also could not shake the certainty that something terrible was happening. He stood in the doorway getting soaked by the rain, trying to decide, and that was when he heard the thumping again. 3 thuds. Pause. 3 thuds. It was definitely coming from inside the van, and it was definitely deliberate. Someone was in there, and they were trying to signal for help. Kyle pulled out his phone and dialed the Alaska State Trooper emergency line. The nearest trooper was 45 minutes away, but Kyle did not care. He kept his eyes on the van while he waited for someone to answer. The man in the driver's seat saw what Kyle was doing, and his expression changed from calculation to cold rage. He threw the van into reverse and backed away from the pumps, tires spinning on the wet pavement. Kyle shouted into his phone that a white van was fleeing the Harbor Point fuel depot and that he believed someone was being held in the back of it. He tried to read the license plate as the van sped away, but the rain and darkness made it impossible. He could only tell the dispatcher the make and color of the vehicle and the direction it was heading, north on the coastal road toward the town of Whittier. The trooper arrived an hour later. Kyle gave his statement, describing everything he had seen and heard. The trooper took notes and said he would put out an alert for the van. But he also told Kyle that without a license plate number or a clear description of a crime, there was little he could do. The thumping sounds could have been cargo shifting. The man's behavior could have been nervousness or annoyance at being questioned. Kyle understood the trooper's position, but he also knew what he had heard. Someone had been in that van asking for help. 3 days later, Kyle received a call from the Alaska State Troopers. They had found the white van abandoned on a logging road 15 miles north of Harbor Point. The back of the van had been recently cleaned with bleach, but luminol testing revealed massive amounts of blood that had soaked into the floor panels. DNA analysis would take weeks, but the troopers believed they were looking at a crime scene. They asked Kyle to come in and provide a more detailed statement, and to work with a sketch artist to create a composite of the man's face. Kyle did everything they asked. He described the man in as much detail as he could remember. Average height, average build, dark hair going gray at the temples, no distinguishing marks. The sketch artist created an image that looked like 1,000 other middle-aged men. The troopers thanked Kyle and told him they would be in touch if they had more questions. Weeks turned into months. The DNA from the van was matched to a woman named Sarah Chen, who had been reported missing from Anchorage 2 weeks before Kyle's encounter. Sarah was a 33-year-old accountant who had disappeared while walking to her car after work. Her body was never found. The investigation went nowhere. The man from the fuel depot vanished as completely as Sarah had. Without a name, a license plate, or any identifying information, the troopers had nothing to work with. Kyle quit his job at the fuel depot a month after giving his statement. He could not stand the thought of working there anymore, of sitting behind that counter knowing that he had been so close to saving Sarah Chen, and had hesitated just long enough for her killer to escape. He moved to Fairbanks and found work on a construction crew, trying to rebuild his life and move past the guilt. But Kyle still thinks about that night every single day. He thinks about the thumping sounds, 3 deliberate thuds that he now knows were Sarah using the last of her strength to call for help. He thinks about the moment he hesitated before calling the police, those precious seconds when he talked himself into doubting his instincts. He thinks about how different things might have been if he had acted faster or been braver or made just one different choice. And he thinks about the man in the van, who is still out there somewhere, still driving the back roads of Alaska with his empty eyes and his cargo of horror. Kyle wonders how many other people have seen that van pull into a gas station late at night. He wonders how many of them noticed something wrong and then convinced themselves they were imagining it. He wonders how many opportunities there have been to stop this man, and how many of those opportunities were lost because someone hesitated or doubted or simply did not want to get involved. Kyle knows he will carry this burden for the rest of his life. The weight of a woman he never met but failed to save nonetheless. Lily Chen worked at the front desk of the Timber Lodge, the only hotel in the small Alaskan town of Copper Ridge, a community of 400 people nestled in a valley surrounded by mountains and dense forest. She had held the job for 6 years, ever since she graduated from high school and decided to stay in the town where she had grown up, rather than move to Anchorage or Fairbanks, like most of her classmates. Lily was 24 years old, quiet and efficient, the kind of employee who showed up on time and never caused problems. She knew most of the people in Copper Ridge by name, and she was familiar with the rhythms of the town, the seasonal workers who came and went, the tourists who passed through during the summer months, and the occasional traveler who stopped for a night on their way to somewhere else. The job was not exciting, but it was steady and comfortable, and Lily liked the predictability of it. She had checked in hundreds of guests over the years, and she prided herself on being able to read people, to sense when someone was friendly or standoffish, honest or sketchy. But on the night of August 9th, 2023, Lily checked in a man who seemed so completely ordinary that she would never have guessed that he was one of the most dangerous people she would ever meet. The man arrived at the lodge around 8 in the evening, just as Lily was settling in for the quiet hours of her shift. He drove a silver sedan that looked like a rental, and he walked into the lobby carrying a small duffel bag and a laptop case. He appeared to be in his late 30s, clean-shaven, wearing khaki pants and a polo shirt that made him look like a middle manager on a business trip. He smiled politely at Lily and said he needed a room for 2 nights. His voice was pleasant and unremarkable, with no accent that Lily could detect. He seemed tired, but not unfriendly. There was absolutely nothing about him that set off any alarm bells. Lily asked for his identification and credit card, the standard procedure for check-in. The man handed over a driver's license from Washington State. The name on the license was Sean Whitmore, and the photo matched the man standing in front of her. Lily entered his information into the computer and swiped his credit card. The card was declined. The man frowned and apologized, saying that sometimes his bank flagged transactions in remote locations as potential fraud. He asked if he could try a different card. Lily said of course, and waited while he pulled out another credit card from his wallet. This one went through without a problem. Lily completed the check-in process and handed Sean the key to room 12, a standard single on the 2nd floor overlooking the parking lot. She told him that breakfast was served from 7 to 9 in the morning and that the lobby door locked at 11, though guests could use their room keys to access the building after hours. Sean thanked her, took his key, and headed up the stairs with his bags. Lily watched him go and then returned to the paperwork on her desk. She thought nothing more about the interaction. It had been completely routine, forgettable, the kind of check-in she processed a dozen times a week. The next morning, Lily arrived for her shift at 7 and relieved the night clerk. She set up the breakfast area and started the coffee. A few guests came down for food, including Sean Whitmore from room 12. He filled a plate with scrambled eggs and toast, poured a cup of coffee, and sat at one of the small tables by the window. Lily said good morning to him, and he returned the greeting with a friendly nod. He ate quickly, checked his phone a few times, and then went back upstairs. Again, there was nothing unusual about his behavior. He was just another business traveler eating a mediocre hotel breakfast before starting his day. Sean checked out the following morning, August 11th, exactly as scheduled. He returned his room key, declined a receipt, and told Lily he hoped to visit Copper Ridge again sometime. She wished him a safe trip and watched as he loaded his bags into his car and drove away, heading south toward the main highway. And that was the end of it, or so Lily thought. 4 days later, on August 15th, 2 Alaska State Troopers walked into the Timber Lodge and asked to speak with whoever had been working the front desk on the evening of August 9th. Lily was on duty and told them that she had been the one working that night. The troopers asked if she remembered checking in a man named Sean Whitmore. Lily pulled up the records on her computer and confirmed that yes, she had checked in a guest by that name who had stayed in room 12 for 2 nights. The troopers asked her to describe the man and tell them everything she remembered about the interaction. Lily described Sean as best she could: the khaki pants, the polo shirt, the polite demeanor, the declined credit card. She told the troopers that there had been nothing suspicious or unusual about him, that he had seemed like a completely normal guest. One of the troopers, a woman named Sergeant Paula Ramos, asked if the man had said anything about where he was going or what he was doing in Copper Ridge. Lily thought back and said that he had not mentioned anything specific, that their conversation had been limited to the standard check-in questions and pleasantries. Sergeant Ramos exchanged a look with the other trooper and then told Lily that the man who had checked in as Sean Whitmore was actually named Timothy Vance, and that he was wanted in connection with 3 murders in Washington and Oregon. The real Sean Whitmore had been found dead in a storage unit outside Seattle 2 months earlier. Timothy Vance had stolen his identity, along with the identities of at least 6 other men, and had been using them to move around the Pacific Northwest and Alaska while evading law enforcement. The troopers needed to search room 12 and collect any evidence Vance might have left behind. Lily felt her legs go weak, and she sat down heavily in her desk chair. She had stood 3 feet away from a serial killer, had handed him a room key, had smiled at him, and wished him a good stay. He had walked past her on the stairs, had eaten breakfast in the same room where she was setting up coffee and pastries, and she had noticed nothing. He had seemed so normal, so utterly unremarkable, that she would have forgotten him entirely if the troopers had not shown up asking questions. The troopers spent 2 hours processing room 12. They collected fingerprints, hair samples, and fibers from the bedding and carpet. They examined the bathroom and searched the trash. When they were finished, Sergeant Ramos came back downstairs and told Lily that they had found evidence suggesting Vance had been planning another crime while he was in Copper Ridge. There were maps of the area with certain roads and buildings marked, along with handwritten notes about the schedules and routines of local residents. The troopers believed Vance had been surveilling potential victims during his 2-day stay. Sergeant Ramos asked Lily if she had seen Vance talking to anyone else during his time at the lodge, or if she had noticed him paying particular attention to any other guests or staff members. Lily tried to remember, but she could only recall him being alone, eating breakfast by himself, keeping to himself. She asked the sergeant if they knew who Vance had been targeting, and Ramos hesitated before saying that they believed one of the marked locations on the map was Lily's home address. There was a note next to it that said, "Works morning shift and lives alone." The realization hit Lily like a physical blow. Timothy Vance had not just been a guest passing through Copper Ridge. He had been there hunting, and she had been one of his potential targets. If he had not checked out when he did, if he had stayed an extra day or decided to come back, Lily might have been his 4th victim. She asked the troopers why he had left, why he had not followed through with whatever he had been planning. Sergeant Ramos said they did not know for certain, but they believed Vance might have become spooked when his first credit card was declined. He might have worried that the transaction would be flagged and investigated, and he had decided to move on rather than risk being caught. The troopers told Lily that they were increasing patrols in Copper Ridge and that she should be vigilant about her personal security. They gave her a number to call if she saw anything suspicious or if Timothy Vance made any attempt to contact her. Then they left with the evidence they had collected, promising to keep her updated on the investigation. But there were no updates. Timothy Vance disappeared after leaving Copper Ridge, and despite a multi-state manhunt, he was never found. The FBI believes he is still alive and still killing, using stolen identities to stay hidden and mobile. His victims have all been young women who lived alone in small towns where people felt safe enough to trust a polite stranger with an ordinary face. Lily still works at the Timber Lodge, though she is asked to be moved to day shifts, so she's never alone in the building at night. She has installed security cameras at her home, and she carries pepper spray in her pocket wherever she goes. But the thing that haunts her most is not the fear of Timothy Vance returning. It is the knowledge that she looked evil in the face and saw nothing. She had every opportunity to sense something wrong, to feel the danger that was standing 3 feet away from her, and she had felt nothing. Because Timothy Vance had been so perfectly, convincingly ordinary. Lily thinks about this every time a new guest checks into the lodge. She studies their faces, listens to their voices, watches their body language, searching for some sign that might tell her who they really are. But she knows now that evil does not always announce itself. Sometimes it wears khaki pants and a polo shirt and declines a credit card and smiles politely and says thank you. And you would never know, never suspect, never see it until it was far too late. And that knowledge has changed everything about the way Lily sees the world and the people in it. She knows now that monsters are real and that they look exactly like everyone else. Hello everyone, welcome back to Buried Files. Tonight we are bringing you 7 of the most deeply disturbing, true Appalachian deep woods horror stories that have ever been documented. These accounts come from the oldest mountain range in North America, where something ancient still watches from the shadows between the trees. What you are about to hear are not campfire legends or folklore passed down through generations, but verified encounters experienced by real people who made the mistake of venturing into places where the forest has its own rules. From law enforcement officials who investigated disappearances that defy explanation, to hikers who found themselves stalked by things that should not exist, each story has been cross-referenced with witness statements, police reports, and historical records that confirm something terrifying is happening in those mountains. The Appalachian wilderness holds secrets that predate human civilization. And tonight, you will discover why those who know the deep woods best refuse to enter certain areas after dark. If you want authentic horror content that documents the unexplained darkness lurking in America's most remote forests, subscribe to Buried Files and hit that notification bell so you never miss our investigations into the unknown. We want to hear your own experiences in the comments below, especially if you have encountered something in the Appalachian region that you cannot explain. Now turn down your lights and prepare yourself as we descend into the heart of Appalachian terror. Jack grew up in a remote hollow tucked deep within the mountains of eastern Kentucky, where the nearest neighbor lived 3 miles away, and the closest town was a 40-minute drive on winding gravel roads that turned to mud whenever it rained. The hollow had been in his family for 5 generations, passed down from his great-great-grandfather, who had carved out an existence in that isolated valley back when the railroad was still being built through the mountains. The cabin where Jack was raised sat at the end of a narrow dirt track that wound through dense forest, surrounded by peaks that rose so steeply on all sides that the sun only reached the valley floor for a few hours each day. It was the kind of place where silence had weight, where the darkness at night was absolute, and where the forest felt less like scenery and more like something alive that was constantly watching. Jack's grandmother had lived in that hollow her entire life, and she knew the mountains better than anyone. She taught Jack which plants were safe to eat, where the best fishing holes were located, and how to read the weather by watching the way the mist moved through the trees. But there was one lesson she repeated more than any other, and it was delivered with a seriousness that made young Jack understand this was not advice to be ignored. She told him there were certain parts of the woods where a person should never go alone, and there were places where even groups should not venture after the sun began to set. She said the mountains were old, older than anyone could properly understand, and that in some hollows and along certain ridges, something watched back when you looked into the trees. She never explained what that something was, and Jack learned not to ask, because the look in her eyes when she spoke about it made him understand that some questions were better left unasked. Over the years, Jack heard the stories that his family rarely spoke about, but that everyone seemed to know. There was an old logging road that wound through the deepest part of the hollow, cutting through a section of forest that had been partially cleared in the 1930s when a lumber company had briefly operated in the area. The company had shut down abruptly, and the road had been left to grow over, though it was still visible if you knew where to look. Local hunters avoided that area entirely, especially after dark, and there were whispers about why. Jack's uncle had disappeared near that old logging road back in the summer of 1983. He had gone out bow hunting before dawn, something he had done hundreds of times before, and when he failed to return by nightfall, the family organized a search. They found him 3 days later, wandering along a creek bed 6 miles from where he had parked his truck, with no memory of where he had been or how he had gotten there. But what disturbed the family most was that his uncle looked different. He had aged years in just 3 days, his hair noticeably grayer, his face deeply lined in ways it had not been before, and his eyes held a haunted quality that never quite went away. He refused to discuss what had happened, and within a year he had moved away from the mountains entirely, settling in a flat suburb of Lexington where he never had to look at the forest again. Jack's family made it clear that the old logging road and the abandoned camp at its end were strictly off limits. His father said it with the casual tone of someone stating an obvious fact, but his grandmother said it like she was delivering a warning that could mean the difference between life and death. Jack obeyed that rule throughout his childhood, partly from respect and partly from a primal instinct that told him some boundaries existed for good reason. But when Jack turned 17, his respect for those boundaries began to erode, replaced by the kind of fearless curiosity that belongs to young people who have not yet learned that some fears are entirely rational. He and 2 of his friends, Dylan and Luke, decided they were going to hike out to the old logging camp and prove once and for all that the stories were nothing more than superstition and family legend. They set out on a Saturday morning in late October, when the leaves had turned brilliant shades of red and gold, but had not yet begun to fall in earnest. The air was crisp and clear, perfect hiking weather, and the 3 of them were in high spirits as they made their way along the overgrown logging road. It took them nearly 3 hours to reach the camp, bushwhacking through sections where the forest had reclaimed the road entirely, and by the time they arrived, the sun was already beginning its descent toward the ridgeline. The camp was more intact than Jack had expected. There were 3 collapsed buildings, their roofs caved in and their walls leaning at dangerous angles, and scattered around the site were pieces of rusted equipment, ancient saw blades, and the remains of what might have once been a truck, now reduced to little more than a corroded frame and 4 wheels. Dylan joked about how disappointing it was, how there was nothing scary about a bunch of old junk slowly being consumed by the forest. Luke agreed, pointing out that it was just another abandoned site like dozens of others scattered throughout the mountains. But Jack felt something different. There was a quality to the silence at the camp that seemed unnatural, as if the forest was holding its breath. The usual sounds of birds and insects that had accompanied them on the hike were absent here, replaced by a stillness that felt less like peace and more like the quiet before something terrible happens. He mentioned it to his friends, but they dismissed his concerns, attributing his unease to the creepy stories his family had told him. They spent the next hour exploring the site, taking photos with their phones, and generally treating the whole experience like the adventure they had hoped it would be. But as the sun touched the ridge and the light began to fade, Jack noticed that his friends had become quieter, their earlier bravado giving way to a subtle nervousness that they tried to hide, but could not quite manage. Night fell with a shocking speed that it does in the mountains, where the sun disappears behind the peaks and darkness rushes into the valleys like water filling a basin. Within 20 minutes, the forest around them had transformed from merely dim to utterly black, and their phone flashlights seemed pitifully inadequate against the weight of that darkness. They decided to head back, acknowledging that hiking out in the dark on an overgrown trail was going to be difficult, but agreeing that staying at the camp felt wrong in ways none of them wanted to articulate. They had walked perhaps a quarter-mile back along the logging road when Dylan stopped suddenly and held up his hand for silence. Jack listened and heard what had caught Dylan's attention. There were footsteps in the forest, moving parallel to their position, the sound of something large walking through the underbrush with the same rhythm and pace at which they were moving. Luke aimed his flashlight toward the sound, but the beam revealed nothing except trees as in shadow. The footsteps stopped when they stopped, resumed when they resumed, maintaining a precise distance from their position. Dylan suggested it might be a deer, but Jack knew the sound of deer moving through the forest, and this was not that. These footsteps had weight and deliberation, the sound of something walking on two legs, not four. They picked up their pace, and the footsteps matched them. They tried varying their rhythm, stopping and starting randomly, and the footsteps did the same, but with a delay of approximately 2 seconds, as if whatever was out there was mimicking them but could not quite keep perfect time. Then Jack heard his own voice calling out from the darkness ahead of them. It was his voice exactly, his inflection and tone calling out the same words he had spoken just moments before when he had suggested they move faster. The three of them froze, and in that moment of stillness, Jack saw something that made his blood turn cold. There was a figure standing at the tree line, perhaps 30 feet away, perfectly visible despite the darkness. It was him, not someone who looked like him, but him, wearing the same jacket, the same boots, the same backpack. The figure was making the same movements Jack was making, raising its hand when Jack raised his hand, turning its head when Jack turned his head, mirroring him with that same 2-second delay that the footsteps had maintained. Dylan and Luke saw it too, and the sound Dylan made was somewhere between a gasp and a whimper. Luke's flashlight beam swung wildly as his hand shook, and in that moving light, Jack saw that there were more figures now. There was one that looked like Dylan, standing behind a tree and peering out with Dylan's face. There was one that looked like Luke, crouched low near a fallen log. And there were others, deeper in the forest. Duplicates of all three of them standing among the trees in poses and positions they had not made, watching them with expressions that were almost but not quite right. They ran. There was no discussion, no plan. Just three terrified teenagers running as fast as they could along a dark forest trail. Branches whipping their faces and roots threatening to trip them with every step. Behind them, Jack could hear the sound of pursuit. Multiple sets of footsteps crashing through the underbrush and voices calling out in perfect imitations of their own voices, saying things they had said earlier. Fragments of their conversation played back to them by throats that should not have been capable of speech. Jack did not look back, but he could feel them back there, getting closer. And he knew with absolute certainty that if those things caught them, something unimaginable would happen. The three of them burst out onto the main trail that led back toward Jack's family property. And the moment they crossed that invisible boundary, the pursuit stopped. The footsteps ceased, the voices went silent, and the forest returned to its normal nocturnal sounds, crickets and the distant call of an owl. They did not stop running until they reached Jack's cabin, where they collapsed on the porch, gasping for breath and shaking with terror. Jack's grandmother opened the door, took one look at their faces, and knew immediately where they had been. She did not yell or lecture. She simply told them to come inside, made them hot coffee, and waited until they had calmed down enough to speak. When Jack finally told her what they had seen, his grandmother nodded slowly, as if this was exactly what she had expected to hear. She said the hollow had always been that way, that the forest in certain places did not just reflect light or sound, but reflected other things, deeper things, pulling out copies of people and turning them into something else, something hungry. She told Jack that his uncle had seen the same thing back in 1983, that he had encountered his own double out in those woods, and that the experience had changed him in ways that went beyond his appearance. She explained that whatever lived in that part of the forest did not just watch, it learned, studying people who ventured too close and creating imperfect duplicates that served some purpose no human could understand. Dylan never spoke about that night again. He avoided Jack for weeks afterward, and when they finally did see each other at school, Dylan made it clear through his silence that the subject was permanently closed. Luke moved away the following summer, his family relocating to Ohio. And while he and Jack stayed in touch through social media for a while, Luke never once mentioned what had happened in the hollow. Jack himself tried to rationalize it, tried to convince himself that it had been shadows and fear and overactive imaginations. But he could not make himself believe that explanation. He had seen his own face staring back at him from the darkness, had heard his own voice speaking words what he had not said. And no amount of rationalization could erase the memory of that impossible encounter. Jack moved away from the hollow when he turned 25, taking a job in Lexington that gave him an excuse to leave the mountains behind. He told himself it was for career opportunities, for the chance to live somewhere with more options and better prospects. But he knew the real reason. He could not live in that hollow anymore, could not wake up every morning and look out at the forest, knowing what was out there in the deeper hollows, knowing that something wearing stolen faces walked among those ancient trees. His grandmother passed away 2 years after he left, and at her funeral, she was buried in the small family cemetery on the property. Before she died, she told Jack something that he has never forgotten. She said that his great-grandfather had seen the same thing back in 1940 during a hunting trip in that same part of the forest. She said it was not a new phenomenon, but something that had been happening for as long as people had lived in those mountains, maybe longer. She said some places in Appalachia were different, that they had their own rules and their own hungers, and that the forest in certain hollows did not just grow and change with the seasons, but actively reached out, trying to pull in anything that came too close. Jack has not returned to the hollow in 15 years. The property still belongs to his family, and a distant cousin lives in the cabin now. But Jack has no intention of ever going back. Sometimes, late at night, he thinks about what his grandmother told him, about how the hollow has always reflected things back, but wrong, hungry, waiting. He thinks about his uncle, who aged years in 3 days, never spoke about what happened to him out in those woods. He thinks about the figure he saw standing at the tree line, wearing his face and his clothes and moving with his movements. And he wonders how many other people over the decades and centuries have walked into those deep hollows and encountered their own doubles, and how many of them never made it back out to tell anyone what they had seen. The mountains are old, his grandmother used to say, older than the trees, older than the memory of trees. And in the oldest places, where the forest has never been fully tamed and the hollows run so deep that the sun never quite reaches the bottom, something watches and waits and learns. Jack knows that now. He knows it in a way that cannot be unlearned or forgotten. Some places in Appalachia do not just have memories, they have appetites. And the hollow where Jack grew up is one of those places. Madison had been planning the Appalachian Trail hike for nearly 6 months, coordinating schedules with her boyfriend and researching every detail of the route they would take through the Nantahala Forest in western North Carolina. They were both experienced hikers who had completed sections of the trail in Vermont and Pennsylvania, and they approached this trip with the same careful preparation that had kept them safe on previous expeditions. Madison had printed detailed topographic maps, programmed waypoints into her GPS device, and packed enough supplies for 7 days, even though they only planned to be out for 5. Her boyfriend had triple-checked their emergency equipment, ensured their satellite communicator was fully charged, and reviewed the weather forecast until he was satisfied that the conditions would be optimal. They set out on a Thursday morning in mid-September of 2018, parking at the trailhead just after sunrise and beginning their hike with the kind of enthusiasm that comes from months of anticipation finally being realized. The first day was everything they had hoped it would be. The weather was perfect, with temperatures in the low 70s and a gentle breeze that kept them cool as they climbed elevation. The forest was in that transitional phase between summer and fall, with the first hints of color beginning to appear in the leaves and the air carrying that distinctive scent of approaching autumn. They made excellent time, covering 12 miles before stopping to set up camp near a designated shelter where several other hikers had already gathered for the evening. They shared a meal with a couple from Georgia who were attempting a through hike, exchanged trail information with a solo hiker who had been on the trail for 3 weeks, and fell asleep in their tent feeling satisfied and excited about the days ahead. The second day started just as well. They broke camp early, said goodbye to the other hikers who were heading in different directions, and set out along a section of trail that followed a ridgeline with spectacular views of the surrounding mountains. By mid-morning, they had covered 6 miles and were approaching a water source marked on their map, a creek that ran down from the higher elevations and crossed the trail at a rocky ford. Madison told her boyfriend she would refill their water bottles while he took a break and had a snack. She stepped off the trail, following the sound of running water down a gentle slope that was perhaps 50 yards from the main path. The creek was exactly where the map indicated it would be, cold and clear and running fast over smooth stones. Madison knelt at the edge, filled both bottles, added purification tablets, and secured them in her pack. The entire process took no more than 3 minutes, maybe 4 at the absolute most. She climbed back up the slope to the trail, ready to continue hiking, and her boyfriend was gone. At first, Madison assumed he had simply stepped into the woods to relieve himself, something hikers do dozens of times on a multi-day trip. She called his name, expecting an immediate response. There was none. She called again, louder this time, and listened carefully for any sound of movement in the underbrush. The forest was silent except for the distant rush of the creek and the occasional bird call. She walked up and down the trail in both directions, covering perhaps 100 yards each way, calling his name continuously. His backpack was still there, sitting exactly where he had been resting, with his trekking poles leaned against it and his water bottles in the side pockets. His boots were there too, sitting neatly beside the pack as if he had taken them off to air out his feet. But her boyfriend was nowhere to be seen. Madison felt the first flutter of real fear in her chest. She checked her watch and noted the exact time, then began a systematic search of the area, moving in expanding circles from where his pack sat on the trail. She called his name until her throat was raw, pausing frequently to listen for any response. Nothing. She searched for over an hour, moving further and further from the trail, looking for any sign of him, any indication of where he might have gone. The forest revealed nothing. There were no footprints in the soft soil, no broken branches that might indicate someone had pushed through the underbrush. No scraps of clothing caught on thorns, nothing at all to suggest that anyone had passed through that area recently, besides the hikers on the main trail. Madison made the decision to activate their emergency beacon at approximately 11:30 in the morning, 2 hours after her boyfriend had disappeared. The device sent a distress signal to search and rescue services, providing their exact GPS coordinates and indicating that they needed immediate assistance. She then used her phone, which still had a weak signal in that location, to call the local ranger station and report what had happened. The dispatcher took her information with professional calm, assured her that a team was being mobilized, and instructed her to remain at her current location. Madison spent the next 3 hours sitting beside her boyfriend's backpack, refusing to move in case he returned, calling his name every few minutes, and fighting against the rising panic that threatened to overwhelm her ability to think clearly. The search and rescue team arrived in the late afternoon. 6 rangers and volunteers who brought tracking dogs, specialized equipment, and the kind of calm efficiency that comes from experience with wilderness emergencies. They interviewed Madison extensively, asking her to recount every detail of the morning, to describe exactly what her boyfriend had been wearing, to estimate his physical condition and state of mind. They searched the immediate area with the dogs, who showed great interest in the spot where the boyfriend's pack sat, but then seemed confused, circling the area repeatedly without picking up a clear scent trail. One of the rangers told Madison that this sometimes happened when someone had been picked up by a helicopter or vehicle, their scent trail simply ending because they had left the area by air or road. But there was no helicopter access in this location and no roads within miles. The dog's behavior did not make sense, but neither did anything else about the situation. The search continued for 6 days. Rangers, volunteers, and law enforcement personnel combed through hundreds of acres of forest, using helicopters with thermal imaging cameras, drones with high-resolution video feeds, and teams of searchers moving in organized grid patterns across the terrain. They searched areas that had already been searched multiple times, checked caves and rock shelters, followed every creek and ravine within a 10-mile radius of the last known location. Madison remained in the area, staying at a hotel in the nearest town and spending every daylight hour at the search command post, desperate for any news. Other hikers who had been on the trail that day were located and interviewed. None of them had seen anything unusual. A couple who had passed through the area approximately an hour before Madison's boyfriend disappeared remembered seeing them hiking together and said they had seemed happy and relaxed. After that, nothing. It was as if he had simply ceased to exist. On the 7th day, a pair of volunteer searchers found him. He was 10 miles from the location where he had disappeared, in an area that had already been searched thoroughly on 3 separate occasions. He was alive, but severely dehydrated, disoriented, and unable to communicate coherently. He was not wearing the clothes he'd been wearing when he disappeared. Instead, he was dressed in a shirt and pants that no one recognized, garments that appeared old and worn and did not fit him properly. His own clothes were never found. The volunteers called for immediate medical evacuation, and he was airlifted to a hospital in Asheville where doctors treated him for dehydration, exposure, and malnutrition. The medical examination revealed something else that disturbed both the doctors and the investigators who were trying to understand what had happened. His body was covered in bruises that formed distinct patterns, geometric shapes, and lines that appeared deliberate rather than random, as if someone or something had marked him with careful precision. Madison was at his bedside when he finally regained consciousness after 18 hours of medical treatment. He did not remember her at first, did not seem to know where he was or how he had gotten there. His memory returned gradually over the course of several hours, but there was a gap an absolute blank space in his recollection that covered approximately 6 days. He remembered sitting on the trail eating a granola bar while Madison went to get water. He remembered feeling suddenly very tired, which was unusual given that they had only hiked 6 miles that morning. And then his next memory was waking up in the hospital with Madison holding his hand and doctors standing over him. Everything in between was simply gone, as if those 6 days had been surgically removed from his mind. Over the following weeks and months, fragments began to surface. They came in dreams at first, disjointed images and sensations that he would remember upon waking, but could not quite arrange into coherent narrative. He told Madison about hearing a woman's voice singing, a melody he did not recognize in a language he did not understand. He described being led through the forest by someone who looked exactly like Madison, who held his hand and guided him over rocks and through streams. But something was wrong with her face, something he could not quite articulate, but that filled him with a deep sense of wrongness whenever he tried to focus on the details. He remembered being in a cave, though he could not say how he had gotten there or how long he had been inside. And he remembered seeing symbols carved into the stone walls, intricate designs that seemed to move and shift when he looked at them directly. The doctors attributed these fragmented memories to trauma-induced dissociation, a psychological response to an extreme stressor that his mind was protecting him from fully remembering. They suggested that he had perhaps been abducted, that someone had taken him and held him for those 6 days before abandoning him in the forest, and that his mind was blocking the full memory because it was too traumatic to process. But that explanation did not account for the geographic impossibility of the situation. The fact that he had been found in an area that had been thoroughly searched multiple times, or the strange bruises that had already begun to fade by the time anyone thought to photograph them properly. Law enforcement investigated the possibility of foul play, but there were no suspects, no evidence of any other person being involved, and no way to construct a plausible scenario that fit the known facts. Madison became obsessed with finding answers. She began researching similar cases, spending hours online searching for any reported disappearances in that area of the Nantahala forest that matched what had happened to her boyfriend. What she found disturbed her more than she had expected. There were 8 documented cases over the previous 40 years of people disappearing from that section of the Appalachian Trail, and either never being found or being found days later in locations that made no geographic sense, with no memory of their missing time. In 1979, a woman had vanished while hiking alone and was found 11 days later 20 miles from her last known position, unable to explain where she had been. In 1992, 2 men disappeared from their campsite and were discovered a week later by a logging crew in an area that was not accessible from the trail they had been hiking. In 2003, a teenage boy went missing during a family camping trip and reappeared 3 days later walking along a highway, wearing different clothes and speaking about people who had taken care of him, though he could not describe who these people were or where he had been. Madison reached out to the Cherokee elders in the area, hoping they might have information about the forest that was not recorded in official reports or news articles. Most declined to speak with her, politely but firmly indicating that they had nothing to share. One elder, an elderly woman who ran a small shop selling traditional crafts, agreed to meet with Madison privately. She listened carefully as Madison described what had happened, and when the story was finished, the elder was silent for a long moment before speaking. She said there were places in the mountains that belonged to things older than the Cherokee, older than any human presence in the region. She said the forest sometimes borrowed people, taking them for reasons that were not meant to be understood by human minds, and that most of the time it gave them back, though they were always changed by the experience. She told Madison that asking too many questions about such things was unwise, that some knowledge carried its own dangers, and that the best thing Madison and her boyfriend could do was to leave those mountains and never return. When Madison pressed for more information, the elders simply repeated her advice and said she could offer nothing more. Madison and her boyfriend did leave the mountains. They moved to Charleston, South Carolina, where the land is flat and the ocean is visible, and the forests are young and do not carry the weight of ancient secrets. He still has dreams about the woman who looked like Madison but was not Madison, about the cave with the moving symbols, about voices singing in languages that should not exist. He sees a therapist twice a month, and the therapist helps him manage the anxiety and the nightmares. But there is no therapy that can restore missing memories or explain impossible experiences. Madison keeps a folder on her computer containing all her research, all the articles about disappearances and strange reappearances, all the maps showing the locations where people were lost and found. She has not added to it in over a year, but she has not deleted it either. Some part of her needs to know that she is not insane, that what happened to them was real, even if it defies every rational explanation. The mountains took her boyfriend for 6 days, and when they gave him back, he was not quite the same person who had disappeared. And Madison knows, with a certainty that lives deep in her bones, that whatever happened to him in those missing days, whatever borrowed him and led him through the forest and marked him with careful bruises, it is still out there in the Appalachian woods, waiting for the next person who wanders too far from the trail. Luke had built a modest career as a freelance photographer specializing in abandoned places, documenting the slow decay of forgotten structures across the American landscape. His portfolio included shuttered factories in Detroit, decaying mansions in rural Louisiana, and ghost towns scattered throughout the western states. He approached each location with respect and careful research, understanding that these places represented real history and real lives that had been lived and lost. In the spring of 2020, Luke heard about a sealed coal mine outside the ghost town of Thurmond, West Virginia, a place that had been abandoned since a catastrophic collapse in 1962 that killed 11 miners and led to the permanent closure of the operation. The mine had been officially sealed by the state, but Luke's research suggested that the seal had deteriorated over the decades, and he believed he could gain access to photograph the tunnels before they were lost to time entirely. Luke arrived in Thurmond on a gray April morning when fog hung thick in the valleys, and the abandoned buildings looked like something from another era, which in many ways they were. The town had once been a thriving railroad and coal hub, home to thousands of workers and their families. But the decline of the coal industry had transformed it into a hollow shell, where a handful of stubborn residents still maintained a presence among the ruins. Luke spent the first day photographing the town itself, capturing images of the old bank building, the abandoned hotel, and the railroad depot that now served as a museum. He spoke with one of the few remaining residents, an elderly man who had worked in the mines as a young man before the collapse, and asked about accessing the sealed mine. The old man's expression changed immediately, his friendly demeanor replaced by something guarded and uncomfortable. He told Luke that the mine was dangerous, that the tunnels were unstable and could collapse at any moment, and that local people avoided the area entirely. When Luke pressed for more specific information about the location, the old man gave vague directions, then excused himself, making it clear that the conversation was over. Luke found the mine entrance the following morning after hiking up a steep hillside covered in bare trees and old slag heaps from the mining operation. The seal was exactly as his research had suggested, a concrete barrier that had cracked and shifted over the years, leaving a gap large enough for a person to squeeze through if they were determined enough. Luke was determined enough. He had proper equipment, including a helmet with a powerful LED light, backup flashlights, a respirator in case of bad air, and a rope that he tied to a tree outside the entrance so he could follow it back if he became disoriented in the tunnels. He documented his entry point with photographs and GPS coordinates, then squeezed through the gap in the seal and had entered the mine. The air inside was cool and damp, carrying the smell of minerals and earth and something else that Luke could not quite identify. A faint sweetness that seemed out of place in the environment. The main tunnel was surprisingly well preserved, with wooden support beams still intact and old rail tracks running along the floor, disappearing into the darkness ahead. Luke moved slowly, stopping frequently to photograph the details that caught his eye. The rusted mining equipment abandoned where it had last been used. The lunch pails and thermoses that workers had left behind when they fled the collapse, and the faded safety posters still clinging to the tunnel walls. He ventured deeper into the mine, following the main tunnel as it branched into side passages and smaller exploratory shafts. The silence was absolute, broken only by the sound of his breathing and the occasional drip of water from the ceiling. Luke had been in the mine for approximately 45 minutes when he saw the toy truck. It was sitting on the ground beside one of the old rail tracks, a small metal toy covered in rust and dirt, but still recognizable as a vintage Tonka truck from the 1950s or 60s. Luke found it strange that a child's toy would be in the mine, especially given that child labor in American coal mines had been illegal for decades before this particular mine had closed. He photographed the truck, zooming in on the details, and then continued deeper into the tunnel system. That was when he began to hear the singing. At first, Luke thought he was imagining it, that his mind was playing tricks on him in the oppressive silence of the underground space. But as he stopped moving and listened carefully, there was no mistaking what he heard. It was children's voices, multiple children singing in unison, the words of an old hymn that Luke recognized from his childhood church attendance. The singing seemed to come from deeper in the mine, echoing off the stone walls in ways that made it difficult to pinpoint the exact source. Luke's first thought was that there must be an entrance he did not know about, that perhaps local kids had found a way into the mine and were exploring it just as he was. But that thought evaporated as he listened more carefully to the singing. There was something wrong with it. Something off about the tone and rhythm that made it sound less like children at play and more like a recording that had been damaged or distorted. Luke followed the sound down a side passage he had not yet explored, his camera hanging forgotten around his neck as his full attention focused on the impossible singing echoing through the darkness. The passage opened into a larger chamber, and Luke's helmet light swept across the space, revealing something that made him stop walking immediately. The walls were covered in handprints, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, pressed into the soft coal dust that coated the stone. They were small handprints, the size that would belong to children between perhaps 6 and 12 years old. They covered every surface, layered over each other in some places, creating a chaotic pattern that seemed to pulse and shift in the moving beam of Luke's light. The singing stopped abruptly, and in the sudden silence, Luke heard something else. Footsteps. Not heavy boots like miners would wear, but light footsteps. The sound of small feet running through the tunnels. Multiple sets of feet, coming from different directions, converging on his position. Luke's camera began to malfunction, the LCD screen flickering with static and distortion, displaying images that he was not taking, images of children in old-fashioned clothing standing in the very chamber where he now stood. He heard voices then, not singing but speaking, young voices calling out to each other in the darkness, their words overlapping and echoing until they became an unintelligible chorus that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Luke called out, asking if anyone was there, his voice sounding small and frightened even to his own ears. The response came immediately, his own words repeated back to him in perfect synchronization, by what sounded like dozens of children's voices, all speaking at exactly the same time with exactly the same inflection. When he moved his light toward one of the tunnel openings, he saw them. small shapes standing just beyond the reach of his beam. Child-sized figures that retreated when the light touched them, but advanced again when he moved the beam away. He could not see details, only silhouettes that were somehow darker than the surrounding darkness. But he could hear them clearly now, their footsteps getting closer, their breathing audible in the confined space. Luke ran. He abandoned all pretense of careful exploration and documentation, abandoning his professional composure in favor of raw survival instinct. He ran back through the passage toward the main tunnel, his helmet light bouncing wildly as he moved, creating dizzying shadows that seemed to reach for him from every direction. Behind him, he heard the pursuit. Small feet running fast, keeping pace with him. And he heard laughter, the high-pitched laughter of children who were playing a game that Luke desperately did not want to be part of. He reached the main tunnel and turned toward the entrance, following his rope guide with one hand, while his other hand held his flashlight in a death grip. The running footsteps were getting closer, and Luke could feel something behind him, close enough that he imagined he could feel breath on the back of his neck. He squeezed through the gap in the seal and emerged into daylight that seemed impossibly bright after the darkness of the mine. He kept running, not stopping until he reached his car parked at the base of the hillside. His hands shook so badly that it took him 3 attempts to get his keys into the ignition. As he sat there trying to catch his breath and calm his racing heart, his camera, which was still hanging around his neck, suddenly activated itself and began scrolling through the images he had taken in the mine. Luke watched as the display showed the photographs in sequence, and his blood turned cold. In the background of almost every image, visible only when he knew to look for them, were figures. Small figures in old-fashioned mining clothes, standing in tunnels and passages, watching him from the shadows. He had not seen them while he was taking the photographs, had not been aware of their presence, but the camera had captured them, dozens of them, child-sized shapes with faces that were just blurred enough that their features could not be clearly distinguished. Luke left Thurman that day and never returned. He spent the following weeks researching the history of the mine, digging through archives and historical records, looking for any explanation for what he had experienced. What he found confirmed his worst fears. The mine had used child laborers extensively before 1920, a practice that was common in the coal industry during that era. State records, when he finally obtained access to them, showed that 15 children had died in an unreported collapse in 1917. Their bodies never recovered because the company had simply sealed that section of the mine rather than attempt a dangerous and expensive recovery operation. The local historical society denied any knowledge of the incident when Luke contacted them, suggesting that he had misread the documents or misunderstood the records. But church burial records from 1917 told a different story, listing 15 children whose death dates were all identical and whose burial location was marked simply as unknown. Luke stopped documenting abandoned places after his experience in the Thurmond mine. He sold his camera equipment, closed down his website, and took a job doing commercial photography for a real estate company, shooting bright, clean, empty houses, where the only history was whatever the staging company had invented to make the spaces more appealing to buyers. He kept the photographs from the mine on an external hard drive that he stored in a box in his closet, unable to delete them, but equally unable to look at them. Sometimes, late at night when he cannot sleep, he thinks about those small handprints covering the chamber walls, about the singing that echoed through tunnels where no living children should have been, about the shapes that his camera captured but his eyes could not see. He thinks about 15 children who died in darkness and were never given proper burial, never mourned publicly, never acknowledged by the company that worked them to death in tunnels deep beneath the West Virginia hills. And he wonders if they are still down there in the sealed mine, still singing their hymns and playing their games and waiting for someone to remember that they existed, that they mattered, that they deserved better than to be buried in unmarked graves beneath tons of rock and forgotten by the world above. Isaac inherited 60 acres of mountain property in the Smoky Mountains of eastern Tennessee from his grandfather, a tract of dense forest that had been in the family since the 1930s. His grandfather had used the land primarily for hunting, making the long drive from Knoxville several times each fall to spend weekends in the woods pursuing deer and wild turkey. Isaac had accompanied him on a few of those trips as a teenager, and he remembered the property as beautiful but isolated, the kind of place where you could spend days without seeing another human being. When his grandfather passed away and left the land to Isaac, it came with a warning that Isaac did not fully understand at the time. His grandfather had told him years earlier that there was an old lumber camp on the property, structures from when the land had been commercially logged, and that while he could use the land however he wanted, he should never stay overnight at those buildings. Isaac had asked why, but his grandfather had simply said that some places were not meant for sleeping and left it at that. Isaac decided to restore the main camp building as a hunting cabin. He was in his early 30s, working remotely as a software developer, and the idea of having a private retreat in the mountains appealed to him. He hired a contractor from the nearest town, a man who had experience with restoration projects, and together they began the work of clearing brush, repairing the roof, and making the structure habitable. The building was surprisingly solid despite decades of neglect, its thick timber frame still sound and its stone foundation intact. As they worked, Isaac found artifacts from the lumber camp's operational days scattered throughout the structure and the surrounding area. There were old newspapers from 1934 used as insulation in the walls. There were rusted tools, a bent saw blade, and personal items that the loggers had left behind, including a pocket watch that no longer worked and a pair of leather work gloves hardened with age and weather. The contractor and the workers he brought with him were efficient and professional, but Isaac noticed something odd about their behavior. They arrived early each morning and worked steadily throughout the day, but as 4 o'clock approached, they would begin packing up their tools with increasing urgency. By 4:30, they were always gone, regardless of whether they had reached a natural stopping point in their work. Isaac asked about this pattern, suggesting that working a few more hours each day would help them finish the project faster. But the contractor deflected the question, saying something vague about other commitments and scheduling conflicts. It was only when Isaac pressed the issue more firmly that one of the younger workers, loading equipment into a truck, said quietly that they did not stay up here past dark, and that if Isaac was smart, he would not either. The contractor shut down that conversation immediately, telling the young worker to mind his own business. But the comment stayed with Isaac. The renovation took 6 weeks, and throughout that time, Isaac spent his days at the property, but returned to his apartment in town each evening. Once the work was finished and the cabin was habitable, with electricity from a generator, a functioning wood stove, and basic furniture, Isaac decided it was time to spend his first night in the completed structure. He arrived in the late afternoon, built a fire in the wood stove, prepared a simple dinner, and settled in with a book as darkness fell over the mountains. The cabin was comfortable and quiet, the only sounds the crackling of the fire and the occasional settling of the old timbers. Isaac felt pleased with how the restoration had turned out and looked forward to many future visits to his private mountain retreat. At approximately 2 o'clock in the morning, Isaac woke to the sound of axes striking wood. It was not a single axe, but multiple tools working in rhythm, the distinctive sound of men chopping and splitting timber. The sounds came from outside the cabin, from multiple directions, creating the auditory landscape of an active logging operation. Isaac lay in his sleeping bag, initially disoriented and confused, trying to make sense of what he was hearing. His first thought was that there were trespassers on the property, that someone had decided to harvest firewood in the middle of the night, though that explanation made no sense. He got up, grabbed his flashlight, and went to the window. The beam of his light revealed nothing but trees and darkness. The sounds continued, the rhythmic striking of axes against wood. But there was no one visible, no source for the sounds that filled the night air. Isaac opened the cabin door and stepped outside, sweeping his flashlight across the clearing where the cabin stood. The sounds stopped immediately, cut off so abruptly that the silence felt oppressive. He called out, asking if anyone was there, his voice sounding small in the vast darkness of the forest. There was no response. He stood there for several minutes, listening intently, but heard nothing except the normal sounds of the mountain night. He went back inside, convinced himself that he had experienced some kind of auditory hallucination brought on by being alone in an unfamiliar place, and tried to go back to sleep. The sounds returned at 2:30, and this time they were joined by voices. Isaac heard men speaking in the thick Appalachian dialect that had been common in the region during the early 20th century. Their words slightly archaic and difficult for him to fully understand. They were discussing the day's work, talking about which trees to cut next, complaining about equipment that needed repair, mentioning names of people who were presumably other workers at the camp. The voices were clear and distinct, close enough that they seemed to be just outside the cabin walls. But when Isaac looked out the windows, he saw nothing. He grabbed his phone to record the sounds, thinking that he needed evidence of what he was experiencing. But when he activated the recording app, his phone died instantly, despite having been fully charged. The voices continued for another 20 minutes, casual conversation between working men, and then faded away into silence. Isaac did not sleep for the rest of that night. He sat up in his sleeping bag, his flashlight in hand, listening to the darkness and trying to rationalize what he had experienced. As soon as dawn broke, he packed his gear and left the cabin, driving back to town with the intention of researching the history of the lumber camp more thoroughly than he had done before. What he discovered over the following days disturbed him greatly. The lumber operation on his property had shut down abruptly in 1934 after what the old newspaper accounts called an incident. The details were sparse, but Isaac found a brief article in the county archives that mentioned 12 workers dying when a landslide buried the lumber camp's bunkhouse while the men slept. The article said that recovery efforts were abandoned after several days due to the instability of the site and the danger of additional landslides. The lumber company had sealed the area and left, and the bodies of the 12 men were never recovered. Isaac returned to the property with new understanding and growing dread. He studied the terrain around the cabin, looking at the slope of the hillside above it, and realized with sickening certainty that his renovated cabin was built directly on top of where the bunkhouse had been buried. He was sleeping above the unmarked grave of 12 men who had died nearly a century earlier. Men whose bodies still lay beneath the earth, never given proper burial and never acknowledged with markers or memorial. The sounds he had heard were not hallucinations or imagination. They were echoes of the men who had died there, still going about their routines, still living the lives that had been cut short by falling earth and stone. Isaac made the decision to abandon the restoration project. He removed his personal belongings from the cabin, took photographs for documentation purposes, and put the property up for sale, pricing it low enough that he was certain to find a buyer quickly, even though he would take a significant financial loss. The real estate agent asked why he was selling so soon after completing the renovation work, and Isaac told her only that the property was not suitable for his needs. The property sold within 2 months to a couple from North Carolina who wanted mountain land for recreational use. Isaac felt guilty about not warning them about what they would experience at the cabin, but he told himself that perhaps they would not hear what he had heard. that perhaps the sounds only manifested for certain people under certain conditions. 6 months after the sale, Isaac received a phone call from the new owners. They asked if he had ever experienced anything unusual at the cabin, and the careful way they phrased the question told Isaac everything he needed to know. He told them the truth, explained what he had heard and what he had learned about the site's history. They thanked him for his honesty and said they had been hearing the same things, the axes and the voices, and that they had also done research into the lumber camp's past. They told Isaac they had contacted local historians who confirmed the story of the 12 buried workers, and that old county death records listed the men by name but marked their burial location as unknown. The couple said they were not going to use the cabin and were considering having it demolished, that they felt it was wrong to inhabit a space that was essentially a tomb. Isaac learned later that the cabin had burned down, supposedly from a lightning strike during a summer storm, though he spoke with a local resident who told him that the county had done it deliberately, that there had been too many reports of strange occurrences at that location, and that authorities had decided the structure needed to be removed. Whether that was true or simply local rumor, Isaac did not know and did not investigate further. He was simply relieved that the cabin was gone, that no one else would spend nights sleeping above the graves of men who had been forgotten by history and denied the dignity of proper burial. Sometimes Isaac thinks about those 12 men, imagines them going about their work in the moments before the landslide hit, unaware that they were about to die and that their bodies would never be recovered, never mourned, never marked with stones that bore their names. He thinks about how they continue to exist in some form at that site, their voices and their labor echoing through the decades, trapped in a loop of routine that death did not end. And he is grateful that he spent only one night in that cabin, grateful that he learned the truth quickly enough to escape, before whatever haunts that hillside decided that he should stay there permanently. Another voice added to the chorus of the forgotten dead. Dylan was making the long drive from Charlotte to his parents' home in the mountains of western North Carolina on a November night in 2020 when the fog rolled in without warning. He had made this drive dozens of times over the years, and he knew the route through the Blue Ridge Mountains well enough that he could navigate most of it from memory. The road wound through steep terrain, climbing elevation in tight switchbacks before descending into narrow valleys. A challenging drive, even in ideal conditions. But as Dylan climbed into the higher elevations that night, passing through the Pisgah National Forest, visibility dropped from clear to nearly zero in a matter of minutes. The fog was the thick, heavy kind that absorbs headlight beams rather than reflecting them, reducing his view of the road to perhaps 20 feet ahead of his truck. Dylan slowed to a crawl, his hands tight on the steering wheel, focusing all his attention on staying between the faint white lines that marked the edges of the pavement. He had been driving through the fog for approximately 15 minutes when he saw her. A woman was standing on the side of the road, waving her arms over her head in the universal gesture for help. Dylan's first instinct was to keep driving, to assume this was some kind of setup or scam. But as his headlights illuminated her more clearly, he saw that she was soaking wet, her clothing plastered to her body as if she had just emerged from water. She wore a long dress that seemed out of place for the weather and the location, and her hair hung in dark, wet strands around her face. Dylan's conscience would not allow him to simply drive past someone who appeared to be in genuine distress, so he slowed his truck to a stop and rolled down his window, keeping the vehicle in gear and his foot near the accelerator in case he needed to leave quickly. The woman rushed to his window, speaking rapidly about how she needed help, how her car had gone off the road down the embankment, how she thought there might be other people still trapped in the vehicle. She pointed into the fog in the direction she claimed the accident had occurred. Dylan asked if she was injured, and she said she was fine, but that she needed someone to help her look for the car because she could not find it in the fog and darkness. Her voice had a strange quality to it, distant and hollow despite her proximity to his window. And Dylan felt an instinctive unease that he could not quite explain. He told her to wait while he called 911, pulling his phone from his pocket and dialing emergency services. The dispatcher answered, and Dylan explained the situation, providing his location as accurately as he could, based on the last mile marker he had passed. The dispatcher said they would send emergency responders, but that it might take some time given the weather conditions and the remote location. Dylan assured the woman that help was on the way, but she insisted that they could not wait, that someone might be dying in the car and they needed to look for it immediately. Against his better judgment, Dylan agreed. He pulled his truck onto the shoulder as far as he safely could, grabbed his heavy-duty flashlight from behind his seat, and followed the woman as she led him away from the road. They walked along the guardrail, the woman staying slightly ahead of him, barely visible in the fog. She turned down what appeared to be an old forest service road, little more than 2 dirt tracks leading into the woods. And Dylan followed, his flashlight beam cutting through the fog but revealing very little of their surroundings. Something felt increasingly wrong with the situation. The woman's clothing did not match the weather. Her behavior seemed off in ways he could not articulate, and her voice continued to have that distant quality even when she was speaking to him from just a few feet away. Dylan called out to her, asking her to slow down so he could keep up, and when she turned to look back at him, he made the mistake of shining his flashlight directly at her face. The beam passed through her slightly, as if she was not entirely solid, as if she was composed of fog and shadow rather than flesh and bone. Dylan stopped walking immediately, his mind struggling to process what his eyes were seeing. The woman continued to move ahead, beckoning for him to follow. But Dylan's survival instincts had finally overridden his desire to help. He turned and ran back toward the road, his boots pounding on the dirt track, his flashlight bouncing wildly as he moved. Behind him, he heard the woman following, but her footsteps were impossibly fast, covering ground at a speed that no human should be able to achieve. He did not look back, keeping his focus on reaching his truck, his heart hammering in his chest and his breath coming in ragged gasps. Dylan burst out onto the paved road and saw his truck sitting exactly where he had left it, its headlights still cutting through the fog. He sprinted to the driver's door, wrenched it open, and threw himself inside, slamming the door and hitting the lock button. Only then did he allow himself to look back toward the Forest Service road. The woman was standing at the edge of the pavement, perfectly motionless, her wet dress hanging around her and her hair obscuring most of her face. As Dylan watched, frozen in his seat and unable to look away, other figures began to emerge from the fog behind her. They were people, or shapes that resembled people, all wearing old-fashioned clothing from decades past, all soaking wet as if they had been submerged in water. They stood in a line at the tree line, perhaps 24 of them, perfectly still and perfectly silent, watching Dylan with an intensity that he could feel, even though he could not see their faces clearly. Dylan shifted his truck into drive and accelerated away from that location, his tires squealing slightly as he pushed the vehicle, faster than was safe given the fog and the winding road. He drove without stopping for 20 miles, not slowing down until he reached the outskirts of a small town where streetlights and buildings provided the comfort of civilization. He pulled into a gas station parking lot, his hands still shaking, and sat there trying to calm his racing thoughts and steady his breathing. His phone rang, startling him badly, and he saw it was the 911 dispatcher calling back. She asked if he was still on scene, and Dylan explained that he had left, that the situation had been dangerous and he had needed to get to safety. The dispatcher asked him to clarify what kind of danger he had been in, and Dylan found himself unable to adequately explain what he had experienced. He told her only that the woman who had flagged him down had not been what she appeared to be, and that he was no longer at the location. The following day, Dylan drove back to that section of road in daylight, compelled by a need to understand what had happened. He found the approximate location where he had pulled over based on landmarks he remembered, and he walked down the old Forest Service road where the woman had led him. In daylight, the road was clearly visible, overgrown but still passable, and it led to an overlook where a barrier had been installed to prevent vehicles from going over the edge. Dylan approached the barrier and looked down into the ravine below. There was no wrecked car visible, no signs of any recent accident, nothing that would explain why the woman had been standing on the road asking for help. Dylan reported his experience to the local sheriff's department, thinking that even if they did not believe the supernatural aspects of his story, they should at least know that someone had been standing on that dangerous stretch of road in the fog. The deputy who took his statement listened with an expression that suggested he had heard similar stories before. When Dylan finished, the deputy was quiet for a moment before asking Dylan if he knew the history of that particular section of highway. Dylan did not. The deputy explained that in 1967, a church bus carrying 23 people had gone off the road during a severe storm, crashing into a ravine and killing everyone on board. The accident had occurred almost exactly where Dylan had seen the woman standing. And since that time, there had been numerous reports of people seeing figures on the road in the fog, trying to flag down drivers, always soaking wet and always asking for help. The deputy told Dylan that 2 people in the 1980s had stopped to help these figures and had followed them into the woods, and neither of those people had ever been seen again. Their vehicles were found abandoned on the shoulder with the engines still running, but despite extensive searches, the people themselves were never located. The deputy said that local residents avoided that stretch of road entirely when fog came in, that they would take alternate routes, adding an hour to their drive, rather than risk encountering the people from the bus crash. He told Dylan that he was fortunate to have trusted his instincts and run when he did, that whatever those figures were, they did not mean well for the living who stopped to help them. Dylan asked why the state had not put up warning signs or taken action to prevent people from stopping in that area. And the deputy gave him a look that suggested Dylan did not fully understand how these things worked in small mountain communities. He said that acknowledging the haunting officially would be bad for tourism and property values, that it would open the county up to liability issues, and that, most importantly, putting up signs would require explaining to the outside world that something supernatural existed on that stretch of highway. People who grew up in the area knew the stories and knew to be careful. It was outsiders, people passing through who did not understand the mountains and their secrets, who were at risk. Dylan never drove that route at night again. He takes alternate roads now, even though they add significant time to his journey, because he cannot bring himself to pass through that section of highway after dark. He thinks often about the woman in the wet dress, about the dozens of figures standing at the tree line watching him, about the 2 people in the 80s who were never found. He wonders if they followed the figures too deep into the woods, if they became lost in some way that had nothing to do with geographic location and everything to do with being pulled into a space that existed between the world of the living and whatever realm the dead from the bus crash now inhabited. He wonders if the people on that bus are still trying to get home, still asking for help from passing drivers, unable to understand that they died decades ago and that the help they need is not something the living can provide. And he is grateful that he ran when he did, that some instinct deeper than conscious thought told him to flee before he became another disappearance statistic, another unsolved mystery whispered about in mountain towns where people know better than to stop for strangers standing in the fog on haunted stretches of highway, where the dead still walk and the boundary between worlds grows thin when darkness and weather obscure the rational daylight world. Ella had been working for the Forestry Service for 3 years when she received the assignment that would change everything. She was a forest ranger in the Daniel Boone National Forest in eastern Kentucky, responsible for maintaining trails, educating hikers about wilderness safety, and monitoring the vast stretches of protected land that covered hundreds of square miles of rugged Appalachian terrain. The job suited her perfectly, combining her love of the outdoors with work that felt meaningful and important. In the fall of 2019, her supervisor asked if she would be willing to spend 2 weeks staffing an old fire lookout tower in a remote section of the forest, while the regular observer was on medical leave. The tower was located on a ridge approximately 12 miles from the nearest road, accessible only by a hiking trail that climbed steeply through dense forest. Cell phone coverage was non-existent in that area, but the tower was equipped with a radio for emergency communications. Ella agreed to the assignment, seeing it as an adventure and an opportunity to experience a part of forest management history that was rapidly disappearing. Fire towers had once been essential infrastructure for detecting and responding to forest fires, but satellites and aircraft had largely made them obsolete. Only a handful were still actively staffed, maintained more for tradition and backup purposes than out of genuine operational necessity. Her supervisor provided her with detailed instructions about the tower's systems, the radio protocols she would need to follow, and the supplies that had already been delivered to the site. He told her the assignment would be quiet and uneventful, that she would spend her days watching for smoke and her evenings reading books by lantern light. He did not mention anything that should have served as a warning. And Ella later wondered if he simply did not know or if he had deliberately withheld information to ensure she would accept the assignment. The hike to the tower took Ella most of a day, her backpack heavy with 2 weeks' worth of food and personal supplies. The trail was well maintained at lower elevations, but became increasingly overgrown as she climbed higher, suggesting that very few people traveled this route regularly. She reached the tower in late afternoon, emerging from the forest onto a rocky ridge, where the structure stood like a skeletal sentinel against the sky. The tower was constructed of steel beams and wood, rising 60 feet above the ridgeline with a small enclosed cabin at the top that served as both observation post and living quarters. Ella climbed the switchback stairs to the cabin, unlocked the door with a key her supervisor had provided, and surveyed her home for the next 2 weeks. The cabin was approximately 10 feet square, with windows on all sides providing 360-degree views of the surrounding mountains. There was a desk with maps and observation equipment, a narrow cot, a small wood stove, shelves stocked with supplies, and the radio equipment mounted on one wall. The first 3 days passed exactly as her supervisor had predicted. Ella spent her time scanning the horizon for smoke, making notes in the observation log, checking in with headquarters via radio at scheduled times, and enjoying the solitude and spectacular views. The forest stretched in all directions, a sea of green broken only by rock outcroppings, the occasional distant ridge. At night, the darkness was absolute, and the stars were brighter than Ella had ever seen them. She fell asleep each night to the sound of wind moving through the trees far below, and woke each morning to sunrises that made her grateful she had accepted this assignment. On the 4th night, Ella woke to the sound of footsteps on the tower stairs. She sat up in her cot, instantly alert, listening to the distinctive sound of boots on metal treads. The footsteps were climbing the tower, moving slowly and deliberately, pausing occasionally as if the climber was stopping to rest. Ella's first thought was that another ranger had hiked up to check on her, though that seemed unlikely given the late hour and the fact that no one had radioed to announce their arrival. She called out, asking who was there, and the footsteps stopped immediately. The silence that followed was oppressive, broken only by the wind. Ella grabbed her flashlight and opened the cabin door, shining the beam down the stairs. There was no one there. She descended several flights, checking each landing, but the tower was empty except for herself. She climbed back up to the cabin, convinced herself that she had been hearing things or that an animal had somehow gotten onto the stairs, and tried to go back to sleep. The footsteps returned the following night at approximately the same time. And this time Ella was certain she was not imagining them. They climbed with the same slow, deliberate pace, the sound of boots on metal unmistakable. Ella opened the door immediately, flashlight in hand, and shouted down the stairs. The footsteps stopped, but when she descended to investigate, she found nothing. This pattern continued for the next 5 nights. The footsteps would begin around 2 in the morning, climb to approximately halfway up the tower, and then stop when Ella called out or tried to investigate. She reported the incidents to headquarters via radio, and her supervisor suggested it might be thermal expansion of the metal causing sounds that resembled footsteps. Ella knew this explanation was inadequate, but she had no better alternative to offer. On the 10th night of her assignment, something changed. The footsteps climbed all the way to the top of the tower and stopped directly outside the cabin door. Ella sat on her cot, flashlight in hand, staring at the door and listening to what sounded like someone standing just on the other side of the thin wooden barrier. She could hear breathing, slow and steady, and she could see the door handle moving slightly, as if someone was testing whether it was locked. Ella's rational mind told her to open the door and confront whoever was out there. But every instinct she possessed screamed at her to remain silent and still. She sat frozen while the handle continued to move, and the breathing continued just outside. This lasted for approximately 20 minutes, though it felt like hours. And then the presence outside the door was simply gone. The breathing stopped, and the oppressive feeling of being watched dissipated. Ella did not sleep for the rest of that night. She radioed headquarters at first light and requested immediate extraction, citing a personal emergency. Her supervisor was reluctant, reminding her that she had committed to 2 weeks and that finding a replacement on short notice would be difficult. But Ella made it clear that she was leaving regardless of whether anyone came to get her. A ranger arrived later that afternoon, hiking up the trail to relieve her and asking what had happened. Ella tried to explain about the footsteps and the presence outside the door, but she could hear how it sounded, how implausible and irrational her story appeared when spoken aloud. The ranger who was replacing her listened politely and then said he had staffed this tower before and had never experienced anything unusual. He suggested that isolation could play tricks on the mind, that the human brain was wired to interpret ambiguous sensory input as threats, and that what she had experienced was likely nothing more than ordinary sounds amplified by anxiety and solitude. Ella hiked back down the mountain, returned to her regular duties, and tried to convince herself that the ranger's explanation was correct. But 3 weeks later, she learned that the ranger who had replaced her at the tower had requested emergency extraction after only 5 days, refusing to provide specific details about why he needed to leave, but making it clear that he would not return to that location under any circumstances. Ella contacted him privately, and he eventually admitted that he had experienced the same thing, the footsteps that climbed the tower every night and the presence that stood outside the cabin door. He said there was something up on that ridge that did not want people staying in the tower, and he had no intention of finding out what happened if someone was foolish enough to open the door when that presence came calling. Ella researched the history of the fire tower and discovered that it had been built in 1935, part of a network of observation posts constructed during the Depression by the Civilian Conservation Corps. The tower had been staffed continuously until 1978, when the Forest Service had transitioned to newer detection methods and the position had been eliminated. The tower had sat abandoned for over 2 decades before being occasionally staffed again in the 2000s as a backup observation post. What Ella could not find in the official records, she learned from elderly residents of the communities surrounding the national forest. They remembered stories about a fire observer who had died at the tower in 1963, found dead in the cabin during a routine supply delivery. The official cause of death was listed as heart failure, but people who lived in the area at the time remembered different details, whispered stories about how the man's face had been frozen in an expression of absolute terror, and how his body had been found pressed against the cabin door as if he had been trying to keep something from coming inside. Ella left her position with the Forestry Service 6 months after her experience at the fire tower. She works now as a park ranger at a state park where the facilities are modern and the visitors are plentiful, where she never has to spend nights alone in remote locations, and where the only footsteps she hears are from people she can see and identify. Sometimes she thinks about what might have happened if she had opened that cabin door, if she had confronted whatever was standing outside in the darkness. She thinks about the observer who died in 1963, about what he might have seen in his final moments, about whether he opened the door or whether something found another way inside. And she is grateful that she trusted her instincts, that she remained behind that locked door and waited for morning. Because the mountains of Appalachia are full of things that walk at night. And some of them climb fire towers looking for company they should never be allowed to find. Anthony had moved to the mountains of Southwest Virginia for work, taking a position as a civil engineer with a firm that specialized in rural infrastructure projects. The job required him to spend weeks at a time in remote areas, surveying old roads and assessing bridges in communities so small they barely appeared on maps. He rented a cabin outside the town of Tazewell, a structure that sat at the end of a gravel road with forest on 3 sides and the nearest neighbor half a mile away. The isolation suited Anthony perfectly. He was recently divorced and welcomed the solitude, the opportunity to focus on work and clear his mind of the complications that had defined his life for the previous 2 years. The cabin was basic but comfortable, and Anthony quickly settled into a routine of long workdays, followed by quiet evenings reading or listening to music. In his 3rd week at the cabin, Anthony decided to explore the surrounding area on foot, following an old trail that led deeper into the forest behind his rental property. The trail was overgrown but still visible, suggesting it had once been regularly used but had been abandoned for years or perhaps decades. Anthony followed it for approximately 2 miles, climbing steadily through dense hardwood forest until he emerged into a clearing where the ruins of a church stood among the trees. The structure was small, perhaps large enough to have accommodated 50 people at most, and it had clearly been abandoned for a very long time. The roof had collapsed, leaving only the walls standing, and the wooden door hung at an angle from a single remaining hinge. Wooden pews were still visible inside, rotting and covered in moss, and fragments of stained glass clung to the empty window frames. Anthony approached the ruin with the mixture of curiosity and respect that such places inspire. He walked through the doorless entrance and stood in what had been the nave, looking up at the open sky where the roof had once been. The floor was covered in fallen leaves and broken timber, and vines had grown up through the gaps in the foundation, reclaiming the structure for the forest. Anthony wondered about the congregation that had worshipped here, about why the church had been abandoned and left to decay. He took several photographs with his phone, thinking they might be of historical interest, and then continued exploring the clearing. Behind the church, he found a small cemetery, perhaps 20 gravestones arranged in rough rows. Most of the stones were so weathered that the inscriptions were no longer legible, but a few retained enough detail that Anthony could make out names and dates. The most recent burial appeared to be from 1947, and the oldest he could find was from 1892. Anthony returned to his cabin that evening and spent several hours researching the church and cemetery online. He found very little information. There were mentions in county historical records of several small churches that had served isolated mountain communities in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, most of which had been abandoned as populations declined and people moved to larger towns. The specific church Anthony had found was not mentioned by name in any of the sources he could locate, suggesting it had been forgotten even by local historians. Anthony found this both sad and fascinating. The idea that an entire community and their place of worship could simply disappear from collective memory. 3 nights after his initial visit to the church, Anthony woke to the sound of singing. It was faint at first, distant enough that he thought perhaps it was coming from a radio or television that a neighbor had left on, though that seemed unlikely given how far away the nearest occupied house was. As he became fully awake and listened more carefully, he realized the singing was coming from the direction of the abandoned church. It was a hymn, multiple voices singing in harmony, the kind of old gospel music that had been common in rural Appalachian churches a century ago. Anthony checked his phone and saw that it was 3:15 in the morning. He got out of bed, went to the window, and looked out into the darkness. He could see nothing unusual, but the singing continued, clear and distinct despite the distance. Anthony made the decision to investigate. He dressed quickly, grabbed a powerful flashlight, and left the cabin, following the trail toward the church. The singing grew louder as he approached, and Anthony could distinguish individual voices now, men and women and children, all singing together with the practiced harmony of a congregation that had performed these songs countless times. As he got closer to the clearing, he noticed something else. There was light coming from the direction of the church, a warm, flickering glow that looked like candlelight or lanterns. Anthony slowed his pace, suddenly uncertain whether he should continue forward. If there were actually people at the church, perhaps some kind of secret religious gathering or historical reenactment group, he did not want to intrude or startle them. He reached the edge of the clearing and stopped, using the trees for cover as he observed what was happening. The church was no longer a ruin. The roof was intact, the walls were sound, and warm light glowed from the windows. Anthony could see figures moving inside, silhouettes of people sitting in pews, standing to sing, and what appeared to be a preacher at the front of the church leading the service. The singing reached its conclusion, and Anthony heard the preacher's voice, though he could not make out the words, speaking in the rhythmic cadence of a sermon. The congregation responded at intervals, their voices raised in agreement or affirmation. Anthony stood at the edge of the clearing for perhaps 20 minutes, watching the service continue, his mind struggling to process what he was seeing. The church was a ruin. He had been inside it. He had photographed the collapsed roof and the rotting pews. What he was seeing now was impossible. He raised his phone to take a photograph, but when he looked at the screen, it showed only darkness and the faint outlines of trees. The camera was not capturing what his eyes were seeing. He tried taking a photograph anyway, pressing the button repeatedly, but each image showed nothing except the forest at night. The service inside the church concluded, and Anthony watched as the congregation began to file out through the front door. They were dressed in old-fashioned clothing, the men in dark suits and the women in long dresses, all of them moving with the unhurried manner of people completing a familiar routine. As they emerged into the clearing, they began to fade, their forms becoming translucent and then disappearing entirely, not walking away, but simply ceasing to exist. Within minutes, the clearing was empty. The light from inside the church had gone dark, and Anthony was standing alone in the forest, with his flashlight beam illuminating the ruins of a church that once again had no roof and no walls that could hold a congregation. Anthony returned to his cabin, his thoughts racing and his hands shaking from adrenaline and fear and the profound strangeness of what he had just witnessed. He did not sleep for the rest of that night. instead sitting at his kitchen table drinking coffee and trying to convince himself that he had experienced some kind of hallucination or waking dream. But he knew what he had seen, and he knew it had been real in some way that transcended normal definitions of reality. The following day, Anthony drove into Tazewell and went to the county library, where he asked to see any historical records related to churches in the area. The librarian, an elderly woman who had lived in the county her entire life, helped him search through archives and old newspaper collections. Anthony described the location of the church, and the librarian nodded slowly, as if she recognized what he was talking about but was reluctant to discuss it. She told him the church had been called Shiloh Chapel, and it had served a small community of families who lived in that part of the mountains. The church had been abandoned in the late 1940s when the last of those families moved away or died, and the cemetery behind it held the remains of several generations. Anthony asked why the church was not maintained or at least documented as a historical site, and the librarian became uncomfortable, suggesting that some places were better left forgotten. When Anthony pressed her for more information, she finally admitted that there had been stories about Shiloh Chapel for as long as she could remember. Stories about people hearing services being conducted at night, about seeing lights in the windows of a church that no longer had glass or roof or doors. She said local people avoided that area, that they considered it a place where the boundary between the living and the dead was thin, and that the congregation of Shiloh Chapel had never truly left, even though their bodies had been buried in the ground decades ago. Anthony returned to the church one more time, in daylight, to confirm what he had seen. The structure was exactly as it had been during his first visit, a ruin slowly being consumed by the forest. He stood in the clearing and tried to reconcile the broken walls and collapsed roof with the intact building he had seen during the night service. He could not. The two realities did not align, and Anthony was forced to accept that he had witnessed something that existed outside normal time and space, an echo of the past that repeated itself for reasons he could not understand. Anthony completed his work contract in Virginia, but did not renew it when the firm offered him an extended assignment. He moved back to Tennessee, taking a position that kept him in urban areas where the past stayed buried and churches were active places of worship rather than ruins haunted by congregations who refused to accept that their time had ended. He thinks often about Shiloh Chapel, about the people he saw filing out of that church and fading into nothing, about the hymns sung by voices that should have been silent for 70 years. He wonders if they know they are dead, if they are trapped in some kind of loop, repeating the same service for eternity, or if they gather willingly, finding comfort in the familiar rituals, even though their physical forms have long since turned to dust. And he wonders what would have happened if he had walked into that clearing while the service was happening, if he had tried to enter the church and join the congregation. Would they have seen him?